Recording in progress. distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, can we kindly invite you to take your seats? We are getting ready to start. Can you kindly take your seats? We are getting ready to start. Thank you.
Honorables délégués, bonjour. Je vous souhaite de nouveau la bienvenue. J'espère que vous avez tous passé une soirée reposante. Ce matin, nous poursuivons notre examen des questions statutaires. On aura 4 présentations. Après, on ouvrira le débat. Après, on aura 2 présentations. On ouvrira également le débat. Donc, j'invite M. Nassim Oulman, chef de la section des ressources naturelles, de l'économie verte et de l'économie bleue, pour présenter le rapport sur la 10e session du Forum régional africain pour le développement durable. Monsieur Oulman, vous avez la parole.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Excellences, honorables délégués. Ma présentation porte sur le rapport du Forum régional africain sur le développement durable, sur sa 10e session et les activités de suivi correspondant au document de référence qui vous a été circulé, portant numéro E/ECA/COE/43/9. Excellences et honorables délégués, le Forum régional africain sur le développement durable, le FRAD, est mandaté par l'Assemblée générale des Nations unies et cette conférence des ministres. C'est un forum organisé par de nombreuses parties prenantes, la CEA avec ses partenaires panafricains, mais également toute la famille onusienne. Il s'agit de maintenir l'engagement de la réalisation des 2 agendas 2030 et 2063, évaluer les progrès réalisés annuellement, renforcer, c'est ce qui fait la spécificité de ce forum, renforcer la dimension multipartite et identifier et promouvoir, tout en renforçant les capacités, donc identifier et promouvoir des solutions transformatrices et renforcer les capacités pour mettre en œuvre ces solutions transformatives pour pouvoir justement stimuler le progrès. La réalité aujourd'hui est qu'à 5 ans de 2030, l'objectif fixé pour les ODD, de manière globale, au niveau mondial, seulement 16% des ODD, des cibles des ODD sont atteintes. Seront atteintes en 2030. La situation pour le continent est encore plus dégradée dans le sens où seulement 10 des indicateurs, des 144 indicateurs mesurables des ODD, ou les 144 cibles mesurables des ODD sont atteintes, ce qui correspond à un pourcentage de 7%. De nombreuses cibles requièrent une accélération, des actions pour accélérer leur mise en œuvre, sachant que de nombreuses cibles régressent. Donc il est vraiment urgent d'accélérer et d'intensifier la mise en œuvre des ODD ainsi que les cibles correspondantes de l'agenda 2063 de l'Union africaine. C'est dans ce contexte-là que la 10e session du FRAD s'est tenue à Addis Abeba l'année dernière, avec le thème renforcer les 2 agendas en éradiquant la pauvreté en période de crise multiple. La mise en œuvre efficace de solutions durables, résilientes et innovantes. Cela a permis de faire une revue des progrès achevés, mais également de noter les défis et les opportunités auxquels sont confrontés nos pays. La 10e session du forum a porté en particulier sur les ODD 1, liés à la pauvreté, 2, sur l'éradication de la faim, l'action climatique, ODD 13, ODD 16 sur la paix, justice et renforcement des institutions, et, comme c'est le cas chaque année, sur l'ODD 17, sur le partenariat pour l'atteinte des objectifs. Et bien entendu, les objectifs correspondants de l'agenda 2063, avec une attention particulière donné au deuxième plan décennal de mise en œuvre de l'Union africaine. Ça a permis de renforcer les capacités des États membres et aussi la connaissance des différentes parties prenantes sur les ODD, sur la mise en œuvre des deux agendas. Également identifier et faire le plaidoyer pour ces actions transformatrices et bien sûr les mesures politiques, de politique économique et sociale et environnementale correspondantes. Cela a permis à l'Afrique aussi de préparer, bien, comme c'est le cas annuellement, le forum de haut niveau, le forum politique de haut niveau qui se tient chaque mois de juillet au siège des Nations Unies, mais également cette année de préparer également une position régionale par rapport au sommet pour l'avenir, qui s'est tenu en septembre 2024. Quelques points saillants, des messages qui ont justement été conviés vers ces deux importants forums. L'urgence pour les pays africains de réformer la finance globale. Le renforcement des cadres nationaux et également cibler le transfert des financiers ou pouvoir amener la finance vers le développement durable. Également la promotion des outils qui permettent le développement de la finance climatique innovante, notamment les marchés carbone, les opérations d'échange de dettes climat ou dettes nature, l'émission d'obligations vertes et d'obligations bleues pour pouvoir justement maintenir l'ambition climatique de nos pays. L'investissement dans la jeunesse, nous n'avons pas beaucoup parlé hier du dividende démographique, donc la nécessité d'intensifier et d'accélérer les mesures qui permettent justement de tirer parti de ce dividende démographique. Enfin, l'importance les deux points importants, la ZLECAf et la dimension croissance verte de la ZLECAf en renforçant, boostant les dimensions agricoles, sécurité alimentaire, industrialisation et particulièrement industrialisation verte au travers d'actions climatiques renforcées. Bien sûr, tout cela est sous-tendu par une modernisation des appareils statistiques, des systèmes statistiques dans les pays en tirant parti de l'intelligence artificielle, du développement de technologies digitales et des big data. En résumé, les principaux résultats de cette session, ça a permis un échange de savoir, mais également vraiment un renforcement des capacités pour accélérer et intensifier la mise en œuvre des deux agendas, renforcer la capacité des pays faisant des revues volontaires nationales et également des revues volontaires locales. Aujourd'hui, nous avons pu atteindre une couverture universelle du continent sur les revues volontaires nationales. L'ensemble des pays ont pu faire ces revues-là. Également, nous avons généré des études importantes sur les ODD, en particulier sur les ODD qui étaient en revue, ce qui a permis justement de documenter tous ces échanges-là. Les principaux outputs de cette session sont la déclaration d'Addis Abeba, la déclaration d'Addis Abeba et les messages clés du forum pour mettre en œuvre et accélérer la mise en œuvre des deux agendas. Ça a permis justement de faire le plaidoyer et de renforcer la position africaine au niveau des forums que j'ai cités et une évaluation rapide du lien, par exemple, entre le Forum pour l'avenir et la déclaration d'Addis Abeba et les messages clés, a montré, au travers justement des nouveaux outils d'intelligence artificielle, que 71% des 56 actions du pacte pour le futur sont alignées avec la déclaration d'Addis Abeba. L'ensemble des déclarations, des objectifs de la déclaration sur Digital Compact sont alignés avec la déclaration d'Addis Abeba des messages clés. 68% des engagements et des actions, des 13 engagements et des 9 actions de la déclaration pour les générations futures sont alignés avec la déclaration d'Addis Abeba et les messages clés. Donc on voit au travers de cela l'influence que les travaux que vous menez, les travaux qui sont menés dans le cadre du Forum régional africain sur le développement durable, permettent de faire évoluer les choses, surtout en cette période où on a besoin d'accélérer et d'intensifier les actions. Ce qui est demandé à cette auguste assemblée aujourd'hui, c'est de nous orienter et vers des actions supplémentaires et futures pour justement bien appréhender les nouveaux défis auxquels nos pays font face, pour pouvoir assurer cette accélération et cette intensification. Comment mieux mettre en œuvre le pacte pour le futur en alignant avec les processus intergouvernementaux, avec l'action au niveau national et local. Comment intensifier la transformation digitale en renforçant l'action des institutions régionales, notamment la CEA, mais également au niveau national, au niveau des équipes pays du système des Nations Unies. Comment prioriser l'investissement dans le digital, dans les données, pour justement faciliter, la direction de l'aide vers le développement durable, vers la croissance, vers la création d'emplois. Comment accélérer aussi les progrès des ODD et accélérer la réforme de l'architecture financière globale. Et enfin, comment justement faire de cet outil qui représente les revues volontaires nationales un outil totalement intégré aux plans nationaux de développement pour pouvoir accélérer la mise en œuvre au niveau national, mais également au niveau local. Le mois prochain se tiendra la 11e session du Forum du FRAD à Kampala, en Ouganda, et je suis très heureux de voir les honorables délégués de l'Ouganda aujourd'hui ici. Également, ils pourront éventuellement aussi peut-être prendre la parole après cette intervention. Donc le thème du forum, c'est stimuler la création d'emplois et la croissance économique au travers de solutions durables, inclusives, basées sur la science et les évidences pour la mise en œuvre rapide de l'agenda 2030 et l'agenda 2063. Ce titre ou ce thème est inspiré du thème du forum politique de haut niveau, mais il met en exergue la centralité de la création d'emplois, ce qui correspond aussi à, encore une fois, les débats que nous avons pu avoir hier sur les dividendes démographiques, sur la nécessité d'accélérer la création d'emplois sur le continent. Et l'objectif principal de ce forum est de générer des solutions africaines par rapport à ce besoin d'accélérer et de trouver des solutions créatrices d'emplois qui soient contextualisées. Donc, il est très important d'avoir ces échanges-là pour pouvoir justement générer ces solutions collectives qui seront contextualisées à chaque pays, mais qui soient vraiment générées sur le continent. Il y aura un dialogue présidentiel avec un certain nombre de chefs d'État. Le forum sera présidé par son Excellence le président Museveni, et bien sûr des panels de haut niveau qui vont nous permettre de façonner ces solutions générées sur le continent. Là, nous avons une idée du programme, à savoir, j'ai parlé d'un dialogue présidentiel, mais également des sessions de haut niveau sur la finance durable pour soutenir les deux agendas, la création d'emplois, les solutions africaines pour la mise en œuvre de la déclaration du sommet pour le futur, également comment pousser les priorités africaines lors du deuxième sommet mondial sur le développement social. Il y aura des sessions parallèles qui se focaliseront, comme c'est le cas chaque année, sur les ODD de cette année, qui seront les ODD 3 sur la santé, 5 sur le genre, 8 justement sur l'emploi, ODD 14 sur la vie sous l'eau, les océans, et enfin l'ODD 17 sur les moyens de mise en œuvre et le partenariat. deux tables rondes sur sciences, technologies de l'information et les revues volontaires nationales et les revues volontaires régionales. Et enfin, plus de 15 sessions de haut niveau, événements de haut niveau, notamment un dialogue d'anciens chefs d'État africains, une session sur le deuxième plan décennal de mise en œuvre de l'Union africaine, des sessions des groupes de la société civile, du secteur privé, mais également un forum sur le genre, forum de la jeunesse, également de nombreux événements qui seront communiqués dans le document. Je vais m'arrêter là, Monsieur le Président, et bien sûr reste à la disposition des honorables délégués pour répondre aux questions. Merci.
Je remercie M. Holman de sa présentation succincte. J'invite à présent la gestionnaire principale du programme, Madame Joséphine Marielle Olmewengo, à présenter le rapport sur l'appui des systèmes des Nations Unies à l'Union africaine et au nouveau partenariat pour le développement de l'Afrique. Madame Olmewengo, vous avez la parole. Merci.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, distinguished delegates. I am going to present the report on United Nations system support for the African Union and its new Partnership for Africa's Development Program. ECA support for the African Union is focused on 3 areas. One is on strengthening AU-UN collaboration to accelerate the implementation of the African Union Agenda 2063 and the United Nations Agenda 2030 for Sustainable Development. The second one is UN system-wide coordinated support to deliver the 2 agendas at the country level, but also at the regional level. And third is on promoting Africa's voice and space at the global level. If I start with the first one on strengthening African Union collaboration through high-level strategic engagement, here we have 2 main events that we support. One is the African Union and AU annual conferences, in which our principals meet annually to review progress on the joint frameworks. One is on the peace, and another one is on development. The 2 agendas, Agenda 2063 and Agenda 2030. In this meeting, the 8th conference was held in October last year, and the conference discussed mainly Africa's fiscal challenges and also advocated for the financial reforms and emphasized gender equality and youth in peace processes. Specifically, they reviewed progress and also the outcomes of Summit of the Future, where there is a call for the reform of the international financial system. The conference also welcomed the development of the Common African Position on climate, peace, and security, and stressed the need for joint efforts to tackle climate changes. Below the principals meeting is the high-level strategic dialogue, which is chaired by the UN Deputy Secretary General and the African Union Deputy Chair. They had 2 bilateral meetings in May and October, which resulted in the adoption of what is now called College to College. And this is a forum where the African Union Commissions and the United Nations principles meet. The College to College align with the structure of the African Union, the Commission structure. And last year, they adopted 4 matrices. These are from 4 commissions. The commission that is working on their matrix for this year is on digitalization and energy. They will finalize their matrix this year. In terms of our support for the implementation of the 2 agendas, which also include our support to the African Union Agency, the NEPAD, We are a member of the technical working group of the African Union Agenda 2063 that developed the second 10-year implementation plan and its domestication tools. And as you know, the second 10-year implementation plan was endorsed by the African Union Summit last year, February. And now we are working on supporting the African Union to domesticate the second 10-year implementation plan at the country level, working with the RECs and member states. We are also supporting it was presented also yesterday, supporting member states to integrate the two agenda in their national development plan using integrated planning and reporting tools. In terms of our partnership with AUDA-NEPAD, we signed a new memorandum of understanding last year where we identified 6 priority areas that we are working together. This includes regional integration, most specifically on the PIDA program, but also FCFTA is part of that, industrialization. We are also working with them on climate change, support the establishment of the Development Fund of the African Union, and also the development of the AUDA-NEPAD strategic plan. We also work together with the African Union and the Office of the United Nations Office to the African Union, where we produce 2 studies with policy recommendations on governance, strengthening of governance, institutions, and economic development, and also promoting effective and meaningful youth participation in post-conflict reconstruction and development. And lastly, in terms of our partnership with the Africa Peer Review Mechanism, we work together to advance the African Private Sector Credit Rating Agency, which emphasizes self-financing, collaborating with the Pan-African institutions, and promoting credit rating transparency in Ghana and Zambia. In terms of our work at the regional level on promoting the UN reforms through the Regional Collaborative Platform for Africa, in 2024, we held the Regional Collaborative Platform annual meeting, which really assessed progress on the SDGs, but also prioritized the 6th transition, which were defined at the summit, SDG Summit in 2023, and discussed the need to strengthen collaboration with the regional economic communities to optimize regional capacities and enhance progress on sustainable development. We also had meetings with Senegal, the UN team in Senegal, in addressing post-election needs, leading to a unified approach for UN to support the country, the new government. We also supported UN country teams in DRC, Ethiopia, Namibia, Rwanda, and Sierra Leone in developing their cooperation framework in which we ensured inclusion of global priorities at country level, working closely with those member states and the UN system. And we had a dialogue with authorities in Central Sahel, supporting joint transformative programs and developing integrated concept note for Mali, Niger, and Burkina Faso. Through the RCP, the Regional Collaborative Platform, we have what we call Opportunity and Issue-Based Coalition. These are the vehicles that support the UN to deliver together at regional and at country level. And we have 6 opportunity and issue-based coalition. One that focuses on data, and yesterday there was a lot of presentation by our Director Said on how we have supported the national governments in terms of their national statistics. The second one is on macroeconomic management and transformation, economic transformation. We heard a lot yesterday about our work on FCFTA, but this is also a pillar that worked on domestic resource mobilization, illicit financial flows, and together with our Institute of Training, IDEP, we are working on developing e-learning on IFF. On OIBC 3, which is looking on education, innovation, digitalization, and youth, we reached 2.6 million young people, including 8,000 persons with disability, through the Tech for Youth initiatives. But all these opportunity and issue-based coalition, we have what we call co-conveners, UN entities that have mandates are the ones that are leading in terms of delivering together. On OIBC4, on climate action and resilience, we had the meeting of all regional directors and resident coordinators in Africa, where we discussed the issue of carbon markets. And from there, we received a request from government of Mozambique to support them to draft and align their carbon market decree with the Paris Agreement. In addition to the opportunity and issue-based coalition, we also have task forces that provide the support mechanism to deliver as one. Task Force 2 is dealing with regional knowledge management hub. And last year, we upgraded the Africa UN Knowledge Management Hub, incorporating AI-driven features to enhance access to knowledge resources. So far, we are serving 6,000 global users in supporting of the 2 agenda. The second task force is looking at enhancing transparency and results-based management. This is more inward-looking, and the task force now is working on developing a theory of change for the regional collaborative platform for Africa, and this is really to ensure targeted, impactful, and accountable intervention across Africa. Lastly is on regional efficiency agenda. This is one also of the main reform of the Secretary General to promote efficiency agenda. And from this, there is establishment of common back offices, and for last a couple of years, we had 2 common back offices in Kenya and Tanzania, and collectively, over 4,000 staff occupying those, benefiting from the services. And since this regional efficiency agenda started, UN collectively has saved about 774,000 from shared premises. So far in Africa, 36% of UN offices in Africa are shared, common premises. And because of sharing offices, we have saved that amount of money. This has contributed to the implementation of the regional business operation strategy. And also a review of the country level business operation strategy reveals that overall efficiency gain has resulted in cost saving of $55 million in 2023, which contributes to 44% of the global cost saving target. And lastly, in terms of promoting Africa's voice, space, and space at the global level, we are working very closely with the Office of the Special Advisor on Africa, and our colleague from New York is here, and the development and the Department of Global Communication. And for last year, we worked together on the Africa Dialogue Series. This is a flagship program meeting or events of OSA, Office of the Special Advisor on Africa. And specifically, the theme last year was transforming education, leveraging on innovative finance and digital revolution. And from that event, which takes place in May, and which is aligned also on the theme of the African Union of the Year, and last year it was on education, we came up with actionable proposal for expanding digital education through enhancing tax systems and creating partnership with a public-private partnership to support education reform in Africa. We also have, we participate in the Interdepartmental Task Force on Africa's Affairs, where UN principals all over Africa, across Africa, meet on quarterly basis. And last year, they came up with 5 key areas for investment in Africa digital public infrastructure, with a focus on education again, because it was the theme of the year. And here it was promoting digital education and skills. We also identify bridging the divide, digital divide as one of the areas to focus on. This is not just on school, but also looking at also education infrastructure. And also developing job market skills, AI, and establishing an African digital infrastructure stack. Lastly, we work together with OSA and Department of Global Communication, with our colleagues, UNDP, to support youth, really to shape their voices through various forums. We had Africa Youth Forum. We also worked closely with Pan-African Youth Union and the African Union. We held a Pan-African Youth Forum last year, post-ARFSD, in which the youth came up with the African Declaration, the Summit for the Future, and they presented at the sideline of the Summit of the Future in New York, and came up with outcome documents, which led to the establishment of the task force, youth task force, to implement this outcome document. And this task force is chaired by the African Union SDC for the youth. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Merci, Madame Ole-Mwengo, pour votre présentation claire et succincte. Honorables délégués, maintenant on passe à la présentation du résumé du projet du plan programme pour 2026. J'invite Madame Daya Bragant à faire sa présentation. Madame Bragant, vous avez la parole.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président, distinguished delegates. Good morning. So my presentation today, thank you. A few adjustments, sorry for that. So my presentation today will focus on the program plan for 2026 on section 18, which is being submitted for your kind endorsement. And it refers to the summary document, which you will find on the ECA's website, with the following reference, E/ECA/COE/43/11. And the budget and finance section will be presenting the second part on the proposed budget for 2026. So the program plan, which is being introduced to you, is a result of intense consultations between all the 13 sub-programs of ECA and the Strategic Planning, Oversight and Results Division, following a specific template and guidelines received from the Program Planning and Budget Division at the UN headquarters. So hence my colleagues from all divisions, sub-regional offices and IDEP will also be in a position to answer any question you may have in more detail. Yes. Sorry for that. So as you all know, we are evolving in a very fast, evolving and challenging context, more and more complex, very uncertain, which has been marred with recurring crises and shocks, which have been increasing the vulnerability of countries to socio-economic, geopolitical, and environmental shifts, resulting in continuously moving development targets, as reflected by the very slow progress achieved with respect to the implementation of the Sustainable Development Goals, with only 17% of related targets met or on track so far. In view of this, and I quote, turbocharge the implementation of the SDGs, the United Nations have adopted in September 2024 a Pact for the Future, including a global digital compact and a declaration for future generations to adapt international cooperation to the realities of today and the challenges of tomorrow. The Pact covers a broad range of issues, including peace and security, sustainable development, climate change, digital cooperation, human rights, gender, youth and future generations, as well as the transformation of global governance. However, to ensure an impactful delivery, it will require a deepened alignment and harmonizations of the implementation of the Agenda 2030 and 2063 in Africa, following the principle and the concept of two agendas, one framework for intervention to ensure their optimal alignment, also through the implementation of the African Union Second 10-Year Implementation Plan 2024-2033. To do so, it will require significant financial resources. ECA is well positioned and equipped towards assisting countries, regional economic communities, and organizations, as well as stakeholders, institutions in accelerating the implementation of both agendas. As highlighted during yesterday's presentation on the ES report, ECA realigned its program of work around 5 core strategic areas and 2 additional of cross-cutting nature. As previously showcased, ECA will upscale its responses towards enhancing regional integration, economic diversification, and sustainable industrialization as main engines for equitable growth. It will also upscale its design of macroeconomic policies and innovative financing to boost resource mobilization at all levels, promoting science, technology, and information, as well as energy and infrastructure development to prepare for the next tech revolutions, and providing solutions to also tackle food insecurity and climate change. Underpinning these actions is ECA's core work on data and statistics, as well as the mainstreaming of social dimensions. In the current context of dwindling financial resources, there is need to evolve from business as usual to business for purpose. And it has become even more essential than ever for ECA to ensure effectiveness and efficiency in line with the UN 80 initiative that was launched by the Secretary General yesterday. This can only be facilitated through integrated planning, building on a holistic approach encompassing existing planning tools, such as the medium-term program framework, which will be expired at the end of the year, the annual program plan and budget endorsed by the General Assembly, and the internal annual business plan, which operationalization relies on 2 key pillars. The first one on resource mobilization through complementary resources, and the human capital planning, which is supposed to address upcoming changes in the workforce and the need for skills diversification. The following slides provide a very quick snapshot of plan intervention by sub-program as part of the proposed program plan for 2026. The sub-program 1 on macroeconomic policy, finance and governance will seek to enhance evidence-based policy through internalization of findings from flagship knowledge products. It will also continue to support improved mobilization of domestic and international public and private resources and capital through innovative approaches. The sub-program 2 on regional integration and trade will contribute to strengthen resilience of members of ECA through de-risking investments in regional value chains and special economic zones. It will also support the development of green trade strategies to address climate change. The sub-program 3 on technology, innovation, connectivity, and infrastructure development will focus on leveraging technology and innovation to facilitate a just energy transition and improve transport efficiency. It will also support liberalization of air transport markets. The sub-program 4 on data and statistics will provide support towards improving civil registration and vital statistics systems. It will also work on producing and disseminating comparable economic statistics. The sub-program 5 on climate change, food security, and natural resources will pursue its support on the development and implementation of policies for resilient and inclusive agri-food systems, as well as the development of climate-resilient economies. The sub-program will also continue to convene peer learning policy dialogues and regional consensus buildings platform, including the Africa Regional Forum on Sustainable Development that it was just presented by my colleague. The sub-program 6 on gender equality and women's empowerment will foster the incorporation of gender sensitive financial regulatory frameworks, as well as the integration of a gender perspective into fiscal policies. The subprogram 8 on economic development and planning will support development planning and innovative financing in close collaboration with other subprograms. It will also contribute towards enhancing future-ready development planning capacities, ensuring that planned interventions are well suited for future changes. The SP9 on poverty, inequality, and social policy will continue to seek to strengthen national and sub-regional reviews of population-related frameworks to promote socio-economic development and support enhanced social protection systems for the most vulnerable. The subprogram 7 on sub-regional activities for development in North Africa intends to change its objective and focus on developing policies to accelerate inclusive and sustainable growth to increase productivity. It will also support mobilizing finance for sustainable development. The subprogram 7 on sub-regional activities for development in West Africa will focus on implementing priority initiatives and projects identified in national ASFTA strategy. It will also provide support on debt sustainability assessment and development of longer-term fiscal strategies. The subprogram 7 on sub-regional activities for development in Central Africa will support assessments and capitalization of natural capital assets, as well as the development of special economic zones for inclusive economic diversification. The subprogram 7 on sub-regional activities for development in East Africa will continue to contribute towards enhanced capacity in designing and implementing policies framework on trade, the blue economy, and tourism. It will also support the development of investment promotion strategies at national and sub-regional levels. The subprogram 7 on sub-regional activities for development in Southern Africa will support the deepening of inclusive industrialization through value chain development, as well as the acceleration of the transition towards more sustainable economies, for example, through the consideration of climate-smart agriculture. ECA will enhance joint planning and delivery among and between subprograms to avoid duplication and ensure further harmonization while implementing the 2026 program plan. This has become even more crucial in the context of much increased demand from member states and other stakeholders, but reduced available resources. In order to position itself as an influential sustainable development broker in Africa, ECA will need to further upgrade its think tank, convening and operational functions towards boosting its delivery capacity of value-added services following the principles of value for money, tangible results, and visible impacts. Thank you very much for your kind attention.
Je remercie Madame Bragante de sa présentation instructive. J'invite maintenant Madame Halima Aboukar, chef de section au budget, à présenter un résumé du projet du budget programme pour 2026. Madame Aboukar, à vous la parole. Merci.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, distinguished delegates, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. I'm going to present the proposed 2026 ECA budget and give you a flavor of what we did last year, what we are doing this year to cope the ongoing liquidity crisis of the UN. While our services are on the rise, the requests from member states for technical advisories are increasing, but there is a little room to maneuver when it comes to the liquidity availability. Let's begin by understanding the financial landscape that we are operating now. Last year, we refined ECA's structure with a zero cost, and the outcome was realignment of the existing resources with the strategic focus area and ECA's priority. This year, we just concluded a very successful spending review, which efficiency, accountability, and making the most of the limited resources available are the name of the game. Ladies and gentlemen, on this slide you can see the 2026 proposed budget of ECA. The main regular budget, we call it Section 18, we have 93.5 million. And the XB, the extra budgetary resources, which is money that we mobilize from our donors, it stands at 17.2. On this slide, you can see the comparison between 2025 and 2026 budget, so that any movement of resources, whether it is upward or downward, it's quite transparent and visible. So the regular budget is static, 93.5 million in 2025 and 2026, therefore 0% increase. And this zero-based budgeting, it's not like a luxury. It's not like we have the option to opt, but it's a mandatory as per the SG's instruction and the General Assembly resolution. The extra budgetary resources, you would see that in 2025 we had 26.5 million, but we estimate that we are going to mobilize 17.2 million in 2026, inshallah. And you may wonder why did it go down by 9.3 million? Because we have been very prudent, and 19 out of the 25 XP projects are coming to an end in 2025. And you can also see now the post resources for 2025 and 2026. You can see the established posts under RB and XB are also static. We're not increasing our post resources. Remember one of the former UN Secretary General, once upon a time, Ban Ki-moon, he said, do more with less. At the time, that was quite fancy phrase, but it became somehow our destiny. And now that phrase, it changed to do much, much more with really much less. On the following slide, you can see the distribution of resources of the non-post resources of 30.1 million. You saw that the regular budget was 93.5, so 30.1 million from the 93.5 is allocated to non-post resources, and this helps us to support our operational function and fund strategic initiatives. As you can see, for example, travel of staff of the entire commission is 1.6 million. This is really a peanuts, given the global ticket prices after COVID, but we have been very innovative, and we use virtual meetings, hybrid meetings, combine mission into one in the name of cost cutting and being very, very efficient. And also, ladies and gentlemen, the 93.5 million that I spoke earlier about is the approved budget. And we are not going to get the entire amount. If we are very, very lucky, we will get maximum 80% because of the liquidity shortage and crisis. But miracles can happen if the US pays their contribution and the entire African member state and everyone, they pay their contribution on time and clear the areas, then inshallah we'll get more than 80%, but the way things are, we are counting on maximum 80% or maybe less. On this slide, you would see the budget for NEBAD. Section 11, NEBAD stands for, we like jargons in the UN, don't we? It stands for the New Partnership for Africa's Development, and we have allocated 1.1 million. This money is not enough given the huge mandate that the NEBAD team need to deliver for the African member states, but the new chief of NEBAD, Josephine, I think she's sitting around, she always finds a way to be very innovative and use the little resources available to deliver the most by engaging member states through virtual meeting, hybrid, and also dissemination of information using technology rather than paper, therefore saving money. The 1.1 million of NEBAD is divided into post, about 900K, which finances 5 posts, and the remaining $233,000, it is allocated to non-post so that they can deliver their mandate. If you see, for example, the consultant and expert line, it is 0.09 million. It's a drop in the ocean, but we try to limit the hiring of consultants and use the available in-house experts to deliver our mandate. And travel is almost 0.05 million, almost non-existent. And Josephine, as I said, she uses hybrid and virtual meeting whenever possible, although some of our audience in Africa, they do not have access to credible and quality internet. Therefore, in those circumstances, we travel to meet with them. On the following slide, you would see the budget for RPTC. Again, another jargon. RPTC stands for the regular budget for technical cooperation. This budget is very important for the African member state because this is the budget we use to provide all the extra technical and advisory services requests to the African member state. In 2025, ladies and gentlemen, we received requests from various African member states, and the total of those requests are 30 million, and what we have is less than 6 million. Can you imagine? So resources are really small and tight, although we are committed to provide and respond to the member state, but there is no way that we can respond 100% of the requests. So we will respond in proportion of the resources available. Finally, the 2026 proposed budget of ECA, combining the regular budget, the XB, RPTC, and the NEBAD, in total it stands at 123.5 million, but we are not sure if we are going to receive this entire money. Hopefully, inshallah, we will receive but the way things are, if we're really realistic, we may be getting maybe 80 or 70%. Therefore, we will need to be innovative as we are and finding ways to save cost, make the most of technology and virtual meeting, and limiting hiring consultants and use the available experts in the house. But, ladies and gentlemen, there is a limit of our innovative and the efficient way we operate. At one point, we will need to fill the existing regular budget gap, and we will need your support. And you've always been supportive, and we are very grateful, and we still count on your continued support and loud voice at the General Assembly so that our budget is approved and we get the extra resources required to fill the gap. So in conclusion, liquidity shortage and crisis is a reality. It's not a concept on a paper, but it's a reality that we live on a daily basis. With the new leadership that we have in ECA, I can assure you accountability and efficiency is the name of the game. Every dollar, every cent spent is not only planned, but also monitored and linked to a tangible result. And our resource utilization is 100%, not more, not less, which shows careful planning and execution. And also we call for your support. Thank you for your attention. That's it from me. Thank you.
Je remercie Madame Aboukar pour sa présentation claire. Donc, honorable délégué, le débat est ouvert concernant les 4 présentations que nous avons entendues jusqu'à maintenant. À vous la parole. Qui veut intervenir? Est-ce qu'on propose une liste? On laisse comme ça. Je crois qu'il faut proposer une liste parce qu'on a commencé en retard. OK. Donc, avant de citer la liste des États membres qui vont intervenir, je souhaiterais rappeler la règle des 3 minutes, s'il vous plaît, pour qu'on puisse aller de l'avant. Et donc, je donne la parole au distingué délégué de l'Ouganda. Merci, à vous la parole.
Thank you, Chair. Given that Uganda is taking the floor for the first time, we take this opportunity to thank UNECA for hosting and UNECA for organizing the 57th COP and the Federal Republic of Ethiopia for hosting. My intervention is regarding the 11th edition of the Africa Regional Forum on Sustainable Development. Uganda will be hosting, and we are delighted to host. would like to inform all the distinguished delegates here and other stakeholders present that preparations for the forum are going on well. This meeting will be key in charting transformative actions to accelerate implementation of the SDGs and Agenda 2063. And also in line with the discussions we are having here, we want to reiterate that it is very critical that as African countries, we work together to ensure that AFTA works, because we shall need to mobilize resources necessary to achieve the SDGs. We look forward to welcoming you all to Uganda in April. Thank you.
Merci, distingués délégués de l'Ouganda. On passe maintenant à l'Érythrée.
Thank you, Chairperson. Chairperson, just one, we want to thank and commend the enriching presentations and clear presentation. Second, Chairperson, the first thing on 11 is RFCD, Sustainable Development Goals. I think we have invitation and also clear information, but we have yet to have documents for that function, if they can highlight on that. On second, on 2026 program plan, if there is maybe, if we do have innovative domestic financing on the issue, if we do have any strategies and policies, just I was thinking if we have something to borrow for African Union from ECA, if you have the document, strategy or policy on innovative domestic resources mobilization issue. On third, a very powerful presentation on the issue of program budget. I really appreciate and comment on issues of how to limit in consultants within the current situation, which is the continent as well as global-wise what we are facing in terms of the pandemics and the constraints to the budget. Is very important to have effective, efficient, and responsible utilization of meager resources we have. So I wonder also what you do on the issue of capital expenses within that context, because most of the time we see a lot of resources is going on publicity, on ceremonial issues, and we don't see much tangible result on the ground. So just I was thinking on how we can reduce expenses in the ceremonial and just on publicity issues, and just we can focus on something which is tangible expense, if there is something which we can push on that aspect. Thank you, Chairperson.
Merci, distingués délégués de l'Érythrée. Donc on passe au Cameroun.
Merci, Monsieur le Président, pour la parole donnée. Nous sommes à 5 ans de l'horizon des ODD et il apparaît visiblement que seuls 17% des cibles sont en bonne voie. Et donc, il y a plusieurs actions qui sont engagées. Nous sommes sur plusieurs fronts en même temps. Mais il est opportun de relever et de se poser la question de savoir quel serait le scénario transformateur pour l'Afrique. Et à ce propos, nous pensons que l'industrialisation est au cœur de la problématique parce qu'elle pourrait constituer un effet domino sur l'échiquier. Tant en ce qui concerne même la ZLECAf, la réduction de la pauvreté, la question de l'emploi, la question de la transformation structurelle de nos économies. Parce que voyez-vous, il n'y a pas de dignité dans la pauvreté. Il n'y a pas de dignité pour des économies essentiellement extraverties. Et le scénario transformateur est fondamental pour l'Afrique en ce moment, c'est celui de son industrialisation. Et nous pensons réellement que tout devrait concourir, tout doit concourir à l'industrialisation de l'Afrique. L'ensemble des actions que nous menons devrait avoir pour horizon l'industrialisation de l'Afrique qui réellement va contribuer à son affranchissement. Merci.
Merci, distingué délégué du Cameroun. Maintenant, on passe au distingué délégué du Royaume du Maroc. À vous la parole.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Mesdames et Messieurs, mon intervention, merci pour les 4 présentations qui sont très importantes et informatives. Mon intervention va porter sur 3 points de questions qui ont été proposées. Et la première, c'est l'emploi, les systèmes statistiques et les ODD. Et la dernière, c'est la convergence de nos pays. Alors, la question de l'emploi en Afrique se pose dans une perspective de transformation démographique contrastée. Un groupe de pays bénéficie de ce dividende démographique, et une croissance de l'emploi des jeunes, de la population jeune très importante, ce qui pose les défis sur la création d'emplois adaptés à ces jeunes. Le deuxième groupe de pays, c'est une transition démographique, ce qu'on appelle de early demographic transition, où on a des taux de fécondité qui baissent et donc des pressions sur le système social et leur soutenabilité. Et ce problème de démographie est intimement lié à la transformation structurelle des pays. Si on n'arrive pas à harmoniser les transformations des pays avec la transformation en termes économiques et en termes démographiques, ces dysfonctionnements peuvent être dangereuses à moyen et long terme sur nos pays. Et là, je rappelle la question de l'informel et la protection sociale dans nos pays, une question qui règne et persiste toujours et qui pose énormément de problèmes qui s'ajoutent à ces questions de démographie. Et à moyen et long terme, je pense que nous devons adresser ces questions. Et là, je pense que ces questions de transformation économique peuvent être analysées sous 2 principales questions. La première, c'est où investir. Où investir, c'est la question peut-être classique, mais jusqu'à maintenant, on n'a pas des questions très pertinentes, très granulaires, des réponses très pertinentes et granulaires pour qu'on puisse informer les investisseurs et leur dire que ce secteur est peut-être rentable et donner des chiffres sur le rendement d'investissement par secteur. La deuxième question, c'est comment investir. Comment investir, c'est tout l'environnement des affaires qui impacte les décisions du secteur privé en termes d'intensité capitalistique, en termes de nombre d'emplois à recruter et j'en passe. Alors, nous, au Maroc, on a fait 2 études par rapport à ces questions. On a trouvé 2 constats très importants. Le premier, c'est la polarisation de secteurs productifs. On a des secteurs très productifs, on a des secteurs à faible productivité, et on a constaté ce missing middle, ce manque de secteurs à productivité moyenne, qui sont le catalyseur et le principal producteur de l'emploi pour une population moyennement qualifiée qui caractérise notre continent. La deuxième question qu'on a fait en partenariat avec UNECA Nord-Afrique, c'était sur les distorsions et leur impact sur les mises allocations de ressources dans le secteur manufacturier. Et on a trouvé qu'en éliminant les distorsions, juste en éliminant les distorsions, on peut doubler notre production du secteur manufacturier. Et donc ces 2 questions, à notre sens, sont fondamentales pour répondre à la question du développement de nos pays et aussi de réussir la transformation structurelle qu'on aspire tous. Ce point est le bridge pour la deuxième question sur la production statistique. Alors, ce qu'on constate, c'est le manque de plateformes intégrées qui rassemblent l'ensemble des données en termes d'investissement, en termes d'environnement des affaires et aussi en termes des ODD dans nos pays. Et sous l'égide de l'UNECA, je pense que le développement de cette plateforme statistique est un levier pour l'intégration, pour réussir l'intégration commerciale et économique qu'on aspire, et aussi pour informer ou produire dans le continent, comment produire dans le continent. Je veux, avant de terminer, juste rappeler cette question de Beyond GDP qui circule aujourd'hui dans le StatCom. Et si on n'arrive pas à produire les mesures nécessaires pour qu'on informe sur cette dimension, peut-être on fera face à des déclassements de nos pays.
Du Maroc. Vous prenez beaucoup de temps.
Dernier point, c'est le dernier point. Déclassement de nos pays et aussi à être mal informés au niveau international et surtout avec la production de le système de comptabilité nationale 2025. Je vous remercie, Monsieur le Président. Je m'excuse si j'étais long.
Merci. Donc, on passe à la Gambie. Distingué délégué de la Gambie, vous avez la parole.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, for the opportunity. I wish to thank the presenters also for the excellent presentation, particularly the budget, which was quite detailed. And then I also wish to thank the presenter for the efficiency measures, and then the methodology, the model, they've employed in resource, management. So my first comment is on the peer review mechanism, which the second presenter talked about. So I know at the AACB level, this has been an agenda item been pursued vigorously, to be established and start operations. So I want to ask the status of the peer review mechanism. So under the AMCB, that's the African Monetary Cooperation Program. The second point, we had a good analysis on how Agenda 2030 has been progressing and the targets that were, we are set to meet, the ones that we need acceleration, the ones, of course, that are not progressing. But I think I did not see similar analysis on the Agenda 2063, at least to see how we are progressing towards that agenda as well, and then where are we, on the targets, and which ones are on track, which ones need acceleration. So we refocus. I think Agenda 2063 is, more of our own. The 2030 is more global. So we may need to have some detail, on the progress towards the Agenda 2063. Thank you.
Merci. Donc, on passe au Nigeria. Distingué délégué du Nigeria, vous avez la parole.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And let me join other colleagues to thank the presenters for the nice presentation. I have just one comment for request for clarification. Now, given all the various presentations, particularly with respect to support for several interventions cutting across several member states, I am yet to see one critical area which has to do with lesson sharing experiences from this implementation. We are in an era of constrained resources, just as the Chief of Budget has explained to us. And I think it is important for us to share as much as possible lessons, peer review, and the rest of all the experiences we have gathered from these countries that we have done this intervention, so that other countries that are not opportune to benefit from this intervention will be able to learn these lessons and adapt them to solve this situation. This is relevant in areas including AFCFTA, Agenda 2063, and the rest of them. I think a lot needs to be done in this area, and it will be helpful for us. Thank you very much.
Merci, distingué délégué du Nigeria. Donc, on passe au Sierra Leone. À vous la parole.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I want to join my other colleagues who have also commend the presenters. I think I note that the presenters, they've done some very good presentation, and on that basis, I just want to look at two key issues. The first one is related to the work that the Commission is doing on capital market development. I noted they are helping Ghana and Zambia with credit rating, and that's a good thing. We know one of the challenges that we have in Africa is the lack of affordable finance, both by the government and the private sector. And we know if we unlock capital markets, in particular, I would say we have a stock exchange in Africa. There is a lot we can do, because for me, access to finance is, for lack of words, I would say it's one of the key binding constraints that we have in Africa. So if the Commission has started some work helping countries with the credit rating, I want to implore the Commission to focus on how to help countries to move towards developing their capital markets, having stock exchange. Most of the African countries, if you see, they don't even have good policies for stock exchange. So probably the Commission can have a prioritization on that to make sure that we develop our capital markets for us to be able to have affordable finance for both government and the private sector. And if we do that, we can be able to raise bonds and stock from this capital market to support local investment and support private sector development in Africa, and also support government with infrastructural development, energy, and other. The other thing is I want to look at is the special economic zone, which was mentioned as one of the sub-program areas. And I'm very pleased that there is work going on special economic zone. If we are talking about, in fact, this links with the theme of this conference, because these are trade issues, they're very critical, and it's also important for Africa. We're seeing partners coming, especially we see China and others, they're coming to Africa to partner to look at opportunities like special economic zone. I don't just want the Commission to stop at policy development. Probably you can have a special program that you can anchor to help countries how to better engage with partners to make sure that if they are having special economic zones, they do it in a better way that will help Africa. Currently, we are struggling with a lot of imports that is affecting our reserves, affecting our foreign exchange. I think if we develop special economic zones like we saw yesterday, the much export that we export in raw materials will be used locally and will be transformed to high-value goods that we can export and get better a deal than we're currently doing. So probably I will want to suggest that this also, the Commission takes this as a very serious issue to help countries to set up special economic zone. Thank you.
Merci. On passe maintenant au Bénin. Vous avez la parole.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Je voudrais remercier les 4 présentateurs pour la clarté de leur présentation. Parmi les orientations, il y a un point qui porte sur l'accélération du progrès des ODD. Et le tableau qui a été présenté fait état de 17% des cibles qui pourraient être atteintes d'ici 2030. Au même moment, on parle des cibles, peut-être environ 17% également, qui sont en régression. Alors, c'est le volet régression qui m'intéresse ici d'abord. si d'ici 2030, on parle de régression, est-ce à dire qu'on a jeté l'éponge? Il n'y a rien à faire pour réinverser cette tendance? Doit-on croiser les bras pour subir d'ici 2030 pour ces 17% des cibles qui sont en régression? Toujours par rapport aux EDD, on aurait aimé voir aussi au niveau africain, puisque le premier présentateur disait que la situation au niveau de l'Afrique n'est pas réduisante. Donc si on a 16-17% au niveau mondial, certainement nous avons environ 7, si j'ai bien suivi, au niveau de l'Afrique. Donc ça veut dire que c'est encore très grave. Quelles sont alors les raisons qui expliquent ce faible taux de progrès vers la réalisation des ODD en 2030? Et aussi, au niveau de l'Afrique, est-ce qu'on peut avoir une situation région par région? Je veux parler de l'Afrique de l'Ouest, Afrique du Nord, Afrique du Sud, etc., etc., pour pouvoir faire le ciblage. Parce qu'aujourd'hui, dans toute la présentation qui a été faite, on voit qu'il y a quand même un défi lié à la mobilisation des ressources pour l'atteinte des objectifs, que ce soit pour l'agenda 2030 que pour l'agenda 2063. Donc, quand on est face à ces contraintes, je pense qu'il faut mieux cibler suffisamment les objectifs et les cibles à atteindre pour être sûr que, à l'horizon, que ce soit 2030-2063, nous pouvions gagner vraiment suffisamment parce que quand on a des ressources limitées, il faut savoir où orienter le peu que nous avons. Une des présentatrices a parlé de 2 agendas, un cadre d'intervention. Si nous avons un même cadre d'intervention pour les 2 agendas, effectivement, si l'alignement est vraiment optimal, on devait avoir les avancées au niveau de l'agenda 2063 de l'Union africaine, comme l'a dit le délégué de la Gambie. Ce serait intéressant qu'on voie la situation, même si l'horizon est encore très loin, il faudrait également présenter. Je voudrais encourager la Commission par rapport au peu de marge de manœuvre qu'elle a en ce qui concerne la gestion des ressources. Donc, un premier volet dans le cadre de cette gestion est de réduire au maximum le recours aux consultants et de faire appel aux experts locaux pour pouvoir porter les assistances aux différents pays. Je vous remercie.
Merci, distingué délégué du Bénin. Maintenant, on passe à la République démocratique du Congo. Vous avez la parole.
Bien, merci, Monsieur le Président. Je commence par saluer les intervenants de tout à l'heure, celles qui ont présenté les différentes propositions, les études qui ont été menées. Elles ont été assez pertinentes, mais cela ne nous empêche pas de faire des propositions d'intervenir. J'en viens sur les solutions transformatrices. Et tout à l'heure, j'ai suivi notre collègue du Cameroun intervenir sur les aspects liés à l'industrialisation. Il est vrai que l'industrialisation reste un point important, sinon une des solutions idoines pour accélérer le développement de l'Afrique et naturellement dans le cadre de l'agenda 2063. Mais une préoccupation attire mon attention. Devrons tous nous lancer dans le même secteur de l'industrialisation pour nous retrouver avec les mêmes produits à un moment donné? Ou devons-nous nous spécialiser selon les zones géographiques et selon les potentialités, évidemment, de chacune de ces zones? Je sais par ailleurs que la Commission économique des Nations Unies pour l'Afrique s'est toujours penchée sur les problèmes d'industrialisation de l'Afrique. Et donc, je voudrais ici sonner justement l'alarme pour que, dans la recherche des solutions à cette problématique de l'industrialisation, que nous fassions une attention particulière pour que demain, nous ne puissions pas nous retrouver avec les mêmes produits sur le marché et que les échanges finalement ne soient pas aussi aisés que nous l'espérons. Je voudrais également ici, c'est cette occasion pour poser le problème des jeunes dans les zones de conflit. Nous pensons et nous savons que la jeunesse constitue le fer de lance de ces développements et que la formation, justement, passe par le devant pour que ces jeunes qui soient bien formés puissent être à mesure de travailler dans les secteurs justement industrialisants. Mais c'est fait que dans certaines parties du continent, dans certaines régions du continent, il y a des groupes de jeunes ou des jeunes qui, malheureusement, suite à des situations de conflit, n'ont pas accès à justement ces genres de formation. Et donc, je voudrais demander ici si, au niveau des études qui sont menées, il y a un accent particulier qui est mis sur cet aspect-là. Merci.
Merci, distingué délégué de la République démocratique du Congo. Nous passons aux observateurs. Il y a l'observateur 212 de l'Ouganda. À vous la parole.
Honorable Chair, distinguished delegates, as a member of the Ugandan delegation, I would like to add my voice in extending our heartfelt appreciation to the government of Ethiopia for your exceptional hospitality in hosting this vital meeting, and to UNECA for your excellent coordination. A big thank you to all the presenters for your very insightful and informative presentations. They were quite clear to me. I just wanted to add my voice to that of my colleague in thanking UNECA for according Uganda the opportunity to host the next Africa Forum on Sustainable Development taking place in Kampala next month, and further extending and affirming our invitation to all member states to attend this 11th session. The forum, as we had earlier, will focus on key critical themes of job creation and economic growth through sustainable, inclusive, science-based solutions. I believe these discussions will not only be insightful, but will also spark productive debates essential for our collective progress. The preparations are in high gear, and I wanted to call upon us to seize this opportunity to engage proactively, share innovative ideas, and collaborate towards a future where we can leapfrog challenges and fulfill our promises to the African people. Your participation at this session is crucial for driving the impactful discussions and that will elevate our collective efforts in achieving the SDGs. We look forward to welcoming you to the Pearl of Africa. I thank you.
Merci, madame. Donc, on passe à la Tanzanie. Vous avez la parole.
Thank you, Chairperson. Good morning, colleagues. Chairperson, I thank you for giving me the floor. My contribution is on a report on the United Nations support for the African Union and its new partnership of the African Development Program. Chairperson, Tanzania delegation welcomes the report and commends the excellent work undertaken. We recognize the significant progress made. However, we underscore the need for intensified the efforts, particularly in addressing climate change. Drawing from the second 10-year implementation plan of Agenda 2063, which aims to propel Africa towards a prosperous, integrated, and resilient future by leveraging the continent's strengths while addressing challenges such as climate change. So the further work is essential. Chairperson, my first comment is it is important to recognize that while the African countries contribute minimal to global emissions, they are disproportionately impacted by the climate change, particularly in agriculture and other areas. Chairperson, we call upon the ECA in collaboration with the UN system to advocate for the technical assistance tailored to the specific needs of member states, ensuring that pathways to resilience and sustainability are both effectively and inclusive. Second, Chairperson, many member states face significant barriers in accessing international green funds, such as the Green Climate Funds, due to the stringent access requirements. In this regards, Tanzania reiterates the need for UN system in cooperations with African advisory bodies to push for the simplification of the process for accessing the green finance. This would encourage both private and public entities to participate actively in mobilizing climate finance. The complexity of the international financial architecture under the UNFCCC significantly hampers member states' efforts to secure resources for climate action. Then lastly, the supports may be grant-based, concessional, and additional to existing development finance. This will ensure predictability and transparency in climate financing. Thank you, Chairperson, for giving me the floor. I submit, Chair. Thank you.
C'est à moi de vous remercier. Donc, on passe la parole au Mozambique. Vous avez la parole.
Thank you, Chair. Let me also thank the presenters for these insightful presentations. Chair, my intervention is going to focus on the first two presentations. The first being the report on the African Regional Forum on Sustainable Development, ARFSD, and the second one on the report on the United Nations support for the African Union and its new partnership for African Development Program. With respect to the first presentation, we believe that the report is a robust reflection of Africa's unwavering commitment to sustainable development, aligned seemingly with both the 2030 as well as the Agenda 2060. The report highlights the collective efforts for African nations and stakeholders to address pressing challenges while leveraging opportunities for transformative growth. The emphasis on climate change and the promotion of green and blue economies is timely, addressing Africa's urgent need for sustainable resource management. Additionally, the call for regional collaborations and multi-stakeholder engagement addresses the importance of collective actions in tackling trans-boundary challenges. The inclusion of youth and women in sustainable development efforts is a significant step forward, reflecting a commitment for inclusivity and equity. That said, Chair, we have one question for clarification. Regarding the implementation, what specific mechanism will the ECA propose to ensure effective execution of the report's recommendations at national and regional levels? Regarding the second presentation, we believe that this report is a testament to the strengthening partnership between the United Nations and Africa. in order to achieve what the Africa we want. We believe that the highlight of the progress which is made in the report and the challenges addressed and the opportunities seized to drive sustainable development across the continent. That said, Mr. Chair, we have one question. It has to do with the resource mobilization. What innovative finance mechanism or partnerships is being envisioned to mobilize the necessary resources for sustainable development, especially in the context of the African Union Agenda 2060? Thank you, Chair.
Merci aux distingués délégués du Mozambique. Maintenant, on passe au Zimbabwe. À vous la parole.
Thank you, Chair. Let me acknowledge all the presentations. I'll focus my comments on the proposed program plan and budget for 2026. Let me acknowledge the issues raised in terms of budget liquidity challenges and shortages. I think we are all living in critical times where we have all these shortages, cuts, etc. So I'm delighted that we have issues which have been raised in the budget in terms of efficiency, accountability, and I'd like to add productivity. I think we need to ensure that every dollar is productive. So I would like to urge ECA to continue with the mantra which was put forward: do much more with real much less. I think this is an appropriate mantra which we need to support, given that there are issues relating to the availability of resources. So we'll need value for money, accountability, and tangible results. Now, looking at the budget, Chair, the budget is 123.5 million. Now, I was looking at NEPAD allocation of 1.1 million. And I was just reflecting on the role of NEPAD, the New Partnership for Africa's Development, which is an AU program, but it's doing quite some critical work, basically on infrastructure development, regional integration, or the REX and the Africa Continental Free Trade Area. It's looking at private sector development, and also the promotion of the appropriate business environment. So I was just wondering whether the allocation of 1.1 million really talks to the priorities which we have been talking since yesterday in terms of infrastructure, in terms of private sector development, etc. I don't know how this budget could be moderated and increased so that, because I see NEPAD playing a critical role in what we are discussing and what we are trying to do, especially this conference we're talking of implementation of the Africa Continental Free Trade Area. Thank you, Chair.
Merci, distingué délégué du Zimbabwe. Maintenant, on passe à l'observateur 196, Afrodad. Okay.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. My name is John Doduk, working with the African Forum and Network on Debt and Development. And allow me to first appreciate our presenters for the amazing presentations and insights that they've shared with us today. First and foremost, allow me comment on the first presentation on highlighting African priorities, especially on the point under innovating finance, specifically on promoting debt swaps. So, Chair, first and foremost, if you look at the current political economy of climate finance, there are lots of debt-creating instruments, and as a continent, we're already in a dire debt situation, and therefore, this is something that really needs to be relooked. On issues debt swaps, more often than not, they're tied with conditionalities that impose external agendas on countries, and this is highly likely to undermine their sovereignty and self-determination in setting their own development priorities. The risk, therefore, is that projects funded through these debt swaps may not align with the specific needs or priorities of local communities, thus leading to lack of ownership and sustainability. On issue relating to innovation, digitalization, and the youth, I think I'd also just refer to the presentation that was done by Madame Hannah Morsi yesterday. While we are all cognizant of the important and crucial role that technology advancement plays in towards sustainable development, and also right now in the wave where the world is shifting towards the fourth industrial revolution, there is need to emphasize its connection with the real economy. And in this, I'm particularly referring to the new moment of artificial intelligence and digitalization. With a population of more than 145 million people in the region living in extreme poverty, also as highlighted in a presentation yesterday, capital accumulation is critical. But as you all know, AI and digitalization poses a potential threat to this, with the likelihood of human beings being replaced by technology. How, therefore, do we ensure that as a continent, as we embrace technological advancement, such issues are also addressed without disincentivizing innovation, given that at the moment, most of our African countries are working towards developing their own national AI strategies, and also just to mention the recently established AU's continental AI strategy. On matters relating to the reforms of the global financial architecture, I think the first thing I'll speak to is on the governance. And we all know that presently, as constituted, the need for reforms on the rules of the global financial architecture that are no longer align with our current lived realities, the changing geopolitical configurations and development financing needs for Africa and the global South in general. As you're all aware, this is a system that was established 80 years ago when most of our countries were under colonization, and therefore it means that our needs weren't represented as these reforms were being put in place. On the issue of credit rating agency, we also do support the need for reforms because we know that presently, as constituted, these institutions have expressed extreme bias to Africa and the global South in general, and therefore that means
Monsieur, s'il vous plaît, monsieur, vous avez dépassé plus que 3 minutes. Est-ce que vous pourriez terminer votre intervention?
Yes, so as I conclude, therefore, as a continent, there's need to put our weight behind pushing for a greater African voice in the global financial system to ensure that our voices are heard in key decision-making processes and global processes such as the currently ongoing UN Tax Convention, the Financing for Development process, pushing for the UN Framework Convention on Sovereign Debt, and also the need putting our support behind our own agendas as a continent, specifically Agenda 2063. We must therefore make Africa a rule maker, not a rule taker. And I think this is something that was supported by the comment by the Honorable Minister yesterday when she mentioned that Africa that speaks in one voice is a strong Africa. Therefore, I urge all member states that there's need for coordination in supporting the processes, not only our own agendas, but also global processes that are beneficial in pushing our agenda as a continent. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I submit.
Merci. Donc nous passons maintenant au présentateur pour qu'il puisse répondre à vos observations. Merci. Je vous donne la parole.
Merci, Monsieur le Président, et merci aux honorables délégués pour les commentaires, remarques et questions pertinentes. Je vais m'efforcer de répondre à l'ensemble des questions et je m'excuse si j'en oublie certaines au passage, mais je vais tâcher d'apporter des réponses à l'ensemble des questions. Pour la question du Cameroun, l'honorable délégué du Cameroun, sur l'importance de l'industrialisation, effectivement, ça a été souligné même de nombreuses fois. Aujourd'hui et hier, notre chef économiste, la secrétaire exécutive adjointe, Madame Morsi, hier, a vraiment mis l'accent sur l'importance du contenu d'emploi des produits manufacturés échangés à l'intérieur du continent. Donc, ce commerce intra-régional est porteur d'un potentiel très important par rapport aux emplois décents. Le contenu en emploi est beaucoup plus important sur la nature du commerce intra-régional comparé au commerce avec le reste du monde. Donc, effectivement, c'est un levier très important. La ZLECAf est donc un levier très important pour une industrialisation verte également, avec un potentiel important, mais effectivement, c'était pour aller dans votre sens, pour souligner l'importance de la dimension industrielle. L'honorable délégué du Maroc a effectivement très justement souligné la question fondamentale liée à l'investissement. Où investir, comment investir, et l'importance des systèmes statistiques et des plateformes qui permettent justement d'orienter ces investissements. Je dirais même effectivement que l'étude qui a été citée et faite conjointement avec le Bureau Afrique du Nord de la CEA est très innovante en la matière, qui permet à identifier le rôle des distorsions sur l'orientation la mauvaise orientation des investissements. Et les pistes futures, c'est vraiment de lier cela à l'émergence des nouveaux métiers. C'est-à-dire que plus de 90% des métiers vont changer d'ici 2050, si ce n'est avant cela. Et il est très important de lier ces distorsions-là avec les potentialités qui existent. Donc, effectivement, un travail plus approfondi sur le rôle des distorsions, sur l'allocation, la mauvaise allocation des ressources est fondamental, particulièrement lorsqu'on a ces transformations accélérées et l'émergence de nouveaux métiers. Donc, vraiment des recherches stratégiques d'une importance très importante. For the honorable delegate from Gambia on how we are doing in terms of on Agenda 2063, ECA is of course is proposing online. You have this all the data related to the implementation of the two agenda, Agenda 2063 and Agenda 2030. Of course, we have within the UN a continuous review of the targets and the implementation of 2033, but at ECA, then you can find this on the website is ECA stats with the plural, stats with s.uneca.org. So you will find there the data related to the implementation of the two agendas, and of course, on Agenda 2030, SDG 7, SDG 14 are the ones that are aggressing the most. Also, SDG 13 related to climate action. So, access to energy, which is key for industrialization, life below water, SDG 14, and climate action. These are really suffering. And on Agenda 2063, you will find the same indicators we have more than 80% of the are linked. So, and beyond that, ECA is providing the IPRT, which is integrated planning and reporting tool that link the two agenda with the national development plans. So for the countries to be able to really report on the two agenda while they are reporting to their key strategic priorities of their national plans. On the question from Nigeria, asking for clarification on lessons learned, RSFD is exactly also responding to that. It's really a forum, a multi-stakeholder forum, to have these exchanges between the different stakeholders, so to learn from the others across the continent what has worked, what has not worked, what is working, what is not working, and what is the countries, but also the actors, different actors, are intending to do, what are developing, etc. So this is a kind of forum. Definitely, we heard the request, and thanks for the proposal from Honorable Delegate from Nigeria to really focus on that, to invest more on that across the forum, on developing a platform, a more dynamic and a platform on what is working and what is not working. This is really very, very key. On the question from the delegate from Sierra Leone, on the financing, and definitely stock exchanges is a response, and our division, on macro division, is working on that. But there are several dimensions. The credit agenda.
Recording in progress.
Sur de la RDC, sur les zones économiques spéciales. Là aussi, effectivement, c'est un point très important, et particulièrement les zones économiques spéciales transnationales, transfrontalières. Il est très important d'amener ensemble les pays pour profiter et pour tirer profit de la dynamique liée à la ZLECAf en développant des zones économiques spéciales. On l'a fait sur la chaîne de valeur des batteries entre la RDC et la Zambie. Sur l'agriculture, nous l'avons fait aussi en Zambie, Zimbabwe, mais nous développons actuellement aussi en Côte d'Ivoire entre la Côte d'Ivoire et le Ghana, une zone économique spéciale pour agro-processing également. Donc, effectivement, c'est une dynamique qui se met en place. La CEA travaille beaucoup sur ces zones-là, sur ces zones économiques spéciales, pour apporter des éléments de contexte qui soient purement africains et également les lier à la dynamique de l'intégration régionale à travers de la ZLECAf. Pour la question de l'honorable délégué du Bénin, j'ai fait déjà référence à la base de données que nos collègues du Centre africain de statistique met à disposition de nos États membres et de l'ensemble des partenaires. Donc, je répète, ica.stat.un.ica.org. Et grâce à ce travail du Centre africain de statistique, cela nous permet d'identifier les cibles en régression et
d'alimenter notre réflexion sur notre programmation stratégique. C'est ce qui permet aussi de développer nos actions futures sur la base au niveau détaillé des cibles qui sont en régression. Bien entendu, nous le faisons aussi dans le cadre au travers des différents forums, en échangeant avec nos États membres, mais c'est un point très important de continuer à investir beaucoup sur notre base de données statistiques avec les États membres pour pouvoir justement orienter nos choix stratégiques, notre programmation stratégique. Les raisons de la baisse des ODD, elles sont relativement connues. C'est le changement climatique qui impacte le continent beaucoup plus que le reste du monde. Donc là, ça a un impact très fort sur la régression des ODD, mais également les crises récentes, la crise pandémique du Covid, la question de la dette, de l'endettement des pays africains. C'est la raison pour laquelle aussi la CEA accueille le secrétariat temporaire de la Sustainable Debt Coalition, la coalition pour une dette de développement durable, pour accompagner nos États membres de manière coopérative pour trouver des solutions justement pour réduire le poids de la dette, pour permettre de garder une ambition qui soit à la fois sur la question climatique, mais également une ambition de développement durable, compte tenu de la nécessité de créer, d'accélérer la création d'emplois et bien entendu d'emplois décents. Question suivante était adressée par l'honorable délégué du Congo sur les spécialisations, sur est-ce qu'on doit accélérer l'industrialisation, mais doit-on vendre les mêmes produits? La CEA travaille beaucoup et accompagne les États membres sur le développement des chaînes de valeur régionales. Ces chaînes de valeur régionales concernent les mêmes produits. Si vous comparez par exemple à l'Union européenne, hier, on a montré que l'intégration régionale reste relativement, en tout cas insuffisante sur le continent, près de 15%, comparée justement à des blocs intégrés comme l'Union européenne qui dépassent les 60%. Mais si vous prenez le commerce de l'Union européenne, l'essentiel de ce commerce, plus de 70%, est un commerce intra-branche. Il est mesuré par des indicateurs tels l'indicateur de Grubel-Lloyd dynamique, ce qui montre que c'est les mêmes produits qui sont échangés par ces pays-là. Et à l'intérieur de ces produits, ce sont des composants des produits qui sont échangés. Donc la phase ultime de l'intégration, elle porte sur les mêmes produits. Donc ce n'est pas un problème en tant que tel que des pays se spécialisent sur les mêmes produits, car ils vont échanger à l'intérieur de ces produits sur différents composants, et ça va permettre de développer une compétitivité beaucoup plus forte du continent, de plusieurs pays, pour justement exporter au sein du continent, mais également à l'extérieur du continent. Donc c'est un élément fondamental, justement. C'est une très bonne chose de développer ces chaînes de valeur régionales et avoir des produits des pays qui se spécialisent sur les mêmes productions et pas forcément négatif, c'est même plutôt positif. I will accelerate on Tanzania, also on green finance and climate finance. Okay. So what ECA is doing, we are helping the member states in innovative finance. Also, we are working how to improve the access to climate funds. And we just signed a multi-year agreement with GCF. And we are also working on how ECA could become an accredited agency to help and to support the member states in the access to climate fund. I think it's okay. Maybe one question, the last one, is from on the debt and on the observer one at the Africa Network on Debt and Development, on debt swaps, and the fact that it's really important indeed. Ownership is key, I mean, these instrument debt swaps and are not necessarily negative if you are really if you own the instrument. Let me give you the example of Seychelles, when they did their debt swaps. They have settled a special vehicle, say CAT, and the local communities were able to address that specific fund created by Seychelles to really respond to the local, very localized needs and challenges. So at the end of the day, what happened, the indicator that has been fixed, which was the percentage of protected marine protected area, that was 30%, were even, they were reached far before the deadline. So definitely you are right, ownership is key, but there are ways to ensure, and that's what ECA is doing, to support the countries to make sure that whatever is the operation, debt swap, bonds, it's really owned by the countries and by all the actors are really playing a key role there to make sure that the KPIs that will be settled by the country will be reached even before the deadline fixed. Thanks.
Merci. S'il vous plaît, soyez bref. On ne va pas répondre à toutes les questions. On ne peut pas répondre à toutes les questions aujourd'hui. S'il y a des questions qui restent, ils peuvent être envoyés à la CEA, au secrétariat, et vous recevez la réponse. Merci.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, distinguished delegates, and thanks my colleague who has responded some of the questions that were addressed to me. Distinguished guests, delegates from DRC, on the issue of youth, the study that was done on youth, and whether training is one of the areas that was a recommendation. Indeed, training, education was emphasized amongst the recommendations from the study, but not just education, but leveraging on technology and the call for not only government, but also civil society to support and see youth as a dividend, not as a problem, but they're agents of change. So quite a number of policy and strategy recommendations came from that study. Distinguished member, delegates from Mozambique on resource mobilization for Agenda 2063. Yes, indeed, the first 10-year implementation plan was not costed, and the evaluation of that plan showed that that was one of the challenges. Since it was not costed, there was no resource mobilization, a strategic resource mobilization. So for the second 10-year implementation plan, the plan is costed at 8.9 trillion US dollars, and there is a gap of 3.3 trillion. AUC and its leadership and with support from AUDA, NEPAD, and ECA technical support, we're developing a development fund, which will be used as a strategy to mobilize resources for funding second 10-year implementation. A feasibility study has been done already, and it's expected to be presented. The development fund strategy is expected to be presented during the media coordination summit. Distinguished delegate from Zimbabwe on the gap of financing AUDA, NEPAD. So what was presented was that the section, my section, that's our budget, but we deliver as one within the UN. You had about $123 million, that's the whole of the commission. So the commission, various programs support the various priorities of the AUDA, NEPAD. But we're also working, I mentioned about the MOU that we signed last year and the 6 priorities. So we are working together with them also to support mobilizing resources for those 6 priorities. But it is the whole of ECA delivery to support AUDA, NEPAD. From the African Forum Network, who talked about the reform of global architecture, and I believe my colleagues will also contribute to this. As you are aware, the African Union is now a member of G20, and with South Africa as the chair of G20, ECA provides technical support to both the African Union and South Africa. And one of the priority areas is really the reform of the international financial institution. Maybe I should pass to my colleague Daya to talk of things.
It's a traffic light system, thanks. So thank you very much, Mr. Chair and distinguished delegates. I think my two colleagues have very eloquently and brilliantly addressed all your questions. I just wanted to assure you that we have taken good note of all the recommendations that you have made with respect to focus perhaps or strengthen the focus on some of the intervention areas, and also taking into consideration the importance of lessons learned, sharing of experiences, upscaling of success stories. It's indeed a very important aspect as part of the think tank function of the ECA, which is related to the knowledge generation, delivery, and dissemination through flagship reports, establishment of appropriate platforms, and others. We acknowledge also specific requests for sharing of documentation. So we have, as I said, 13 sub-programs who all have specialized work. So we will endeavor in sharing those documents and other information as requested, so kindly approach us at the Secretariat in order not to forget any. There was also another recurring question about, and I'm looking at my colleague here, Josephine, about the alignment of the two agendas, Agenda 2030 and Agenda 2063. And again, this is being worked on through the domestication of and implementation of the second 10-year implementation plan that was referred to by my colleague Josephine. So indeed, based on the outcome of the evaluation of the first 10-year implementation plan, this has become a top priority in terms of, and it will contribute to this maximization of resources which are needed for the implementation of both agendas. I'm just quickly, and I think I will stop there because the other questions were already addressed, and thanks again. Thanks.
Mr. Chair, I thank all the honorable people who took the floor for giving the positive feedback on our presentation. I thank the honorable gentleman from Zimbabwe for summarizing my entire presentation in 3 lines. This gives me the assurance that the message was very clear. Now I would like to respond a question from Eritrea, a very smart question. You asked, given the liquidity crisis and the budget cuts, how are we going about the capital expenditure, which is very important, and expenditure on hospitality and ceremonial activities. First of all, the budget from the RB for the hospitality and ceremonial activities is about $24,000. And you can calculate $24,000 out of $93,500,000. It is 0.000, almost nothing, what we call in accounting immaterial. And that money is set aside only to purchase clean water for our guests. Hopefully we will not reach a point where we will serve tap water, yeah? I'm optimistic the situation will get better, but that's the situation. So when it comes to capital expenditure, we ought to actually renovate our Niger building, which is the main office of ECA. When you have a coffee break, please just take a stroll and have a look. Our offices are quite old, and when it was built, most of you in this room were not even born, so it's due for renovation. But we are holding it off because of the liquidity crisis until the situation gets better. And also, we are not replacing any vehicle. Some of our vehicles are fully utilized as per the International Public Accounting Standard 17. Every furniture or vehicle has a useful life, and most of our items are fully depreciated, but we are holding on the replacement plan until the situation improves, and we are giving priority to divert the limited available resources to the priority area of our member states. I thank you.
Merci, Madame. À présent, je donnerai la parole au secrétaire exécutif adjoint chargé de l'appui au programme qui souhaite faire une intervention. À vous, Monsieur le secrétaire.
Thank you very much, Chair. I thought I should step in to really address the context in which we are operating, and then share with you the efforts that together the organization is making to make the most of the resources that are being allocated for us to deliver on our mandate. Earlier yesterday, my colleague Said made reference to the Integrated Resources Planning and Utilization Framework, which is really an effort for us to try and connect the dots of everything that we do as a Commission better together. We were in a retreat in Botswana, the entire senior leadership team, with a view indeed to identifying how to improve the linkages between ourselves. So we went there to unpack our areas of focus even further. Yesterday, Said, and today, I think in one of the presentations, you heard a reference to the 5+2, the 5 areas of focus plus the 2 cross-cutting areas. So that unpacking exercise was really meant to now try and understand where is it that we should prioritize all of our interventions in the context that we are operating. So then another exercise was really trying to understand where should we locate, where should we focus our work. So for which we've identified the so-called countries of focus, which does not mean that we are not going to operate in the entire 54 countries, but those where indeed, perhaps given all of the factors put together, our work would generate greater impacts, catalytic impact, fostering, for example, as was said earlier by Nassim, regional value chain development and so on. So in all of our functions, the think tank, the convening, and the operational function, we really try and promote peer learning. Yesterday, Adam, in his intervention on our work on tax administration, he did say what we do, for example, to learn from one country and then send to that country other countries to learn from it. I like to call it the document and the replicate it's DDR, document, demonstrate, and replicate model, so that we learn from each other. So that is part and parcel indeed of what we do, again, to improve results and generate more from the resources. Indeed, again, the delegate from Morocco made reference to it. The delegate from DRC equally made reference to it, which is we need to do better diagnosis. We need to differentiate our countries better. And our work on de-risking investments on the continent, which I think my colleague Stephen referred to yesterday, is really underpinned by that necessity for us to do better profiling of what constitutes the national value proposition of each of our countries. In other words, what is it that differentiates them, and how we can then improve collaboration among our countries in line with what Nassim said earlier. So, for example, some of three of our offices work on industrialization and economic diversification. And the economic diversification recognizes that not in all countries industrialization is the best pathway. Perhaps the services sector could generate more jobs and so on, tourism and otherwise. So we take that dimension into consideration and try and deliver results accordingly. So another effort to try and improve our model is developing standard operating procedures. For example, for our extra budgetary resource mobilization effort, we've developed an integrated XB program formulation that brings all of our parts of the house together since the conceptualization stage to understand what their needs so that our program are integrated. My last point is really another thing that Said made reference to earlier, which is the accountability and program performance review meetings, which, as he said, every quarter we meet to try and understand whether we're delivering the results that we included in our program planning. And this is part of our effort to strengthen accountability. So in other words, it's really a situation that requires more investments into delivering better with lesser resources, and that we increase accountability and report accordingly. But thank you very much for your insights that really suggests that we need to do more on the things that we've established so far with a view to overcome the challenges but deliver consistent value to all of you, our member states. Thank you.
Merci, Monsieur le Secrétaire exécutif. Maintenant, nous allons continuer nos travaux selon l'ordre du jour. J'invite à présent le chef de la section de la gouvernance économique et des finances publiques, Monsieur Gamal Ibrahim, à présenter le rapport du comité de la gouvernance économique sur les travaux de sa deuxième réunion. On vient de nous proposer de prendre une pause café de 15 minutes et après on retourne pour les présentations. Qu'est-ce que vous voulez qu'on fasse? Parce que le café il est là, il y a des besoins, donc merci. Donc on retourne, dans 15 minutes on se retrouve à la salle, donc à midi. Merci.
Distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, we will now go for coffee break for 15 minutes. We'll please be expected to come back here at 12:02. All right, 12:02. Some quick announcements. Refreshments are served at the lower level, so one step down. Delegates are kindly invited to visit the Knowledge Fair, which shows the impact of ECA's work. It's the same place where you would be having your coffee break. Yesterday, we also received questions on phone services. We are happy to announce that there is a point of sale with Ethio Telecom for all your SIM cards, airtime, and even mobile gadgets. Please ask the ushers if you have any questions. Thank you. We look forward to seeing you back at 12:02. Thank you. Distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, can we kindly invite you to take your seats so that we can proceed? A few housekeeping items. Kindly note that there is a charging port at the back of the hall for your use for charging your various devices. The ushers can also assist you with that. For those that are fasting, please note that at the end of each day, packets of food will be made available for those that have been observing the Ramadan. Also, there is a prayer room located in room 11. You will find it in the second floor of the conference room, so you can also use that. Thank you very much. Can we please ask everyone to kindly take their seats so that we can proceed? Mesdames et Messieurs, s'il vous plaît, please kindly take your seats. Thank you.
On commence par les présentations sur les questions statutaires. Maintenant, j'invite à présent le chef de la section de la division gouvernance économique et finances publiques, M. Gamal Ibrahim, à présenter le rapport du comité de la gouvernance économique sur les travaux de sa deuxième réunion. M. Gamal, vous avez la parole.
Thank you, Chair. Greetings, delegates and colleagues. I can't see it here. So in the meantime, I'm Jamal Ibrahim. I'm the Chief of Economic Governance and Public Finance section of the of the Macroeconomic Finance and Governance Division. Doesn't seem to work. Okay, in the meantime, I'll be presenting on behalf of the Macro Governance and Finance Division the work of the Economic Governance, the work on the Committee on Economic Governance, and it's good to acknowledge a number of participants in that session, including our chair here and Dr. Muhammad, the chair of the bureau, and other bureau members. The second session focused on the priorities for Africa at the Fourth International Conference on Financing for Development, and was held in November 16 and 17 November 2024. Mainly the work of the committee is to review the work of the division over the last 2 years, 2022 to 2024, and advise us on the work plan for the next 2 years, 2024 to 2026. And ensure that the work is coherent and has impact. What's really important is that the meeting was done back to back, and so the committee provided recommendations on the Africa's priorities, inputs into the regional consultation, which was held on the 18th and 19th of November 2024. So the work was actually, at that time, fed into the elements paper of the FFD. I think we can't have more timely, conference as now, the Conference of Ministers of Finance, because on Monday, the co-facilitators issued the first draft of FFD. So we'll be really looking forward today and the next days to actually reflect on the recommendations and provide any inputs. So we had a well-attended meeting. In person, we had delegates from 32 member states. The committee had a new bureau, Egypt as chair, 2 vice chairs, Djibouti, Zambia, and rapporteurs Sierra Leone and Equatorial Guinea. So the focus areas of the meeting was on the 4 functions that colleagues discussed: ECA, think tanks, convening, and advisory service. And we had 4 areas. First, development planning. The work is on strengthening evidence-based national development plan of African countries. The second area is in terms of macro analysis, enhancing the capacities of member states to conduct robust macro policy analysis to promote inclusive growth and sustainable development. And the third area was in economic governance and public finance, focusing on enhancing domestic revenue mobilization by improving public finance and economic governance architecture. The fourth area, which was discussed a bit in the last session in terms of innovative financing, in terms of working with member states to use innovative finance and capital market to meet their long-term sustainable development needs. A number of cross-cutting issues, importantly, environmental sustainability, human rights, and gender. The committee reflected on a number of challenges in terms of 2022, 2024. Most importantly was in terms of the alignment with country priorities and uptake of ECA policy recommendations. And the second challenge was in terms of generate greater demand for support from members of ECA. The lessons learned were we need greater collaboration with RCOs, greater awareness of countries' cooperation framework. We need to strengthen partnership, not just internally within the UN, but also with external partners. And the third one, which we discussed, is that in terms of our program, we need to involve countries very early at the planning stage to enhance the outreach. And so let me come now to the key outcomes of the committee and some of the inputs to the FFD regional consultations. All of them actually went into, because they reflected on, during the meeting, on the elements paper, and this went into the zero draft of the FFD. You can see here, probably most of them we've been discussing so far. The committee emphasized that, there's a number of areas at the national level, but there is a need to elevate the discussion at the Addis Ababa on systemic change to the work on global financial architecture. If you remember in Addis, there was one chapter on systemic issues, but now this is a cross-cutting issues is that, and they emphasize that Africa's problems needs global solution. So the need for fair and inclusive reforms in the global financial systems. And the second one is they shared concerns about the lack of commitments in terms of ODA and the declining ODA, underscores that this should be done in terms of, as discussed over the last 2 days, importance of DRM, fostering inter-Africa trade, for industrialization and value addition, etc., and strengthening partnership with the Global South. The third area, and I think this conference should be very proud of, is the, if you remember, your conference here called on the UN to start negotiation in terms of the UN Tax Convention. It was picked up in New York in December 2022, and now the negotiation started. And from they had the discussion on the convention, on the TOR is finished, and it was very specifically the committee urged all countries to engage constructively in the UN Tax Framework Convention negotiation, because this is, it will enhance our main focus in terms of DRM. There was a call as well for a coordinated approach to tackling illicit financial flows. For a while here, you've been calling, for measures to address illicit financial flows, but there is a lack of coordination between the different parts of IFF in terms of tax evasion, avoidance, corruption, and the work on criminal activities. So this includes centralized data management on all forms of illicit financial flows, exchange of tax information that goes beyond the work of OECD by emphasizing the need to take the specific needs of African countries in terms of tax information, and then country-by-country reporting. There was also a good discussion on the issue of debt, and there was asked for a commitment on just and effective sovereign debt resolution mechanism to look at in terms of G20 framework and ensure that it's timely and also a transparent mechanism in terms of debt restructuring. There's also a part of this need for an authority to oversee and make sure that the debt management speaks to the issues of SDGs, and it's in accordance with sustainable development. There's also a call for MDBs at global, regional, and sub-regional levels to play greater roles in supporting Africa's development in terms of de-risking, providing a concessional finance, looking at alternatives to credit ratings in terms of information. And the last one is there was calls to enhance access to private capital and blended finance and advancing climate finance, including innovative tools and resilience building. In terms of the recommendations, they had two sets of recommendations, one for member states. The committee recognized that most of the SDG targets are off track. They say speak to the mic. Shall I go from the start? So I hope that you heard me. So are off track, and they say the issue of implementation is really important in terms of implementing not just the main priorities, but also the progress to achieve sustainable development. The second one was to continue effort to improve DRM, as has been discussing over the today and yesterday, through effective and efficient tax administration, debt management, and addressing illicit financial flows. As they recognize the issue in terms of the lack of capacity when African countries negotiate in terms of global fora, and they ask for enhancing negotiation capacity to strengthen the regional voice on DRM, issue of macro management and sustainable financing, and to leverage national, regional, and global platforms. I work with the AU, with ATAF, civil society organizations, tax justice network, etc. In terms of ECA, continue supporting African representation and leadership on global platforms, and keep the work that DS Hanan was mentioning, and other colleagues, continue supporting macroeconomic policy analysis, and they emphasize 4 areas: macro modeling, effective planning, public and private finance mobilization, and the issue of good governance. Then the last 2 points were support member states' implementation of regional and global commitments, issues of illicit financial flows, as I talked about, the issues of UN Tax Convention. They've asked us to keep the work with the Africa group in terms of the negotiation on UN Tax Convention, in terms of the work on FFD, because it's too much for them in New York, working on these processes, and the negotiation, as you know, are coming up. At the end of this month, between the 24th of March and 4th of April, this would be the intersessional session. Then after that, they will start the negotiation. Negotiation will start from April until June, and they really need all the support, and capacitate member states on integrated national financing framework. There was an agreement that all our work in terms of finance, in terms of private finance, public finance, international and domestic, should be done through integrated national financing framework, and we started working on this with a number of you here, as you know, and also through our dashboard integrated planning and reporting tool. I will conclude now with the session, the theme of our third session. It's been decided by the committee that it will be in second quarter of 2026, maybe in May, and the theme would be on macroeconomic policies for structural transformation and sustainable growth in Africa. Thank you very much.
Je remercie M. Gamal de cette présentation importante et succincte. Donc, on passera au point suivant de l'ordre du jour, et j'invite le directeur par intérim du Centre africain pour la statistique, M. Joseph Bodo, a présenté le rapport de la Commission africaine de statistique sur les travaux de sa 9e session. Et je lui demanderai d'être plus bref, parce qu'on a reçu tous ces documents. Maintenant, c'est les présentations des documents qu'on a reçus. Donc, on ne va pas tarder sur ça. Merci beaucoup.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Je vais tenter de minimiser la déviation standard vis-à-vis du temps qui est alloué. Et vous allez voir. Donc, je m'appelle Timfisi Joseph Ilboudo. Je suis chargé de l'intérim du Centre africain pour la statistique. I'm going to present the report on the Statistical Commission, the 9th one, and you have the reference document. And so here, I will not go through this one, just for you to look at how it's look like. You have the attendance, you have every element. Let's go to the next. And the most important is why a statistical commission matters. The Statistical Commission for Africa is the highest decision-making body in Africa and is responsible for setting statistical standards and promoting the adoption of best practice in data and statistical concepts and methods. It supports the implementation of those standards, concepts, and methods at the national, sub-regional, and regional levels. It also ensures a coordination efforts and synergies between the global system and the regional statistical systems. And you will read African Union Commission, ADB, and we are the 3 Pan-African institutions dealing with data matters. The key issues tackled by the Commission, and I have here 6. We deal about data governance, and we have here most of the delegates relating to the issues. We're still lacking a cooperative management of data in many countries with an underlying competition for power among institutions. We then need a strong institutional arrangement within the national data ecosystem. This is where the national statistical system should be well coordinated, centralizing data for various users. We have also data usability issues. The power of data and emerging technology can allow African governments to make informed decisions. How do we harness the enabling capabilities of emerging technologies such as artificial intelligence? You remember, I think the father of the algorithm will really be happy to hear that. Then how do we translate complex cycles of data acquisition, processing, analysis, visualization, and decision-making into real-time planning, management, and monitoring process? Number 3, data omnipresence. Data is not always available for the wider community of users. How do we make our society statistically enabled so that planning, delivering, and exploiting process and access statistical data seamlessly without additional effort? Number 4, capacity development. Adequate and skilled human capital is not always available in African statistical systems. We made the assessment for them to be able to produce quality statistics for evidence-based policy making. So that needs to be addressed. Modernizing and transformation of statistical system. How African countries can embrace the development of new technologies such as artificial intelligence, new data sources. We talked of big data and every elements that are now available, and the emergence of new priorities in the national, regional, and international development agenda. We deal also with methodological challenges, and to notice that inadequate methodologies in Africa is occurring. Statistical methods often do not reflect that Africa realities, and this is where we need to adapt and ensure that they are aligned with our way of seeing things, leading to data that may not accurately represent local conditions. And the key conclusions and recommendations of the Statistical Commission We conclude on this need of strategic development. Member states to continue developing strategies for statistical capacity sustainability. We talked of national strategies for the development of statistics, financial support, development partners to continue providing financial support for the African statistical systems. I will come to that later on. And ECA to assist in determining innovative funding mechanisms. We hear about this. And technical support, ECA, the UN agencies and partners to provide technical support, training, and assistance in various statistical domains of applicability, including the 2025 System of National Account, Geospatial Information Management, Gender, the 23rd round of censuses, the civil registration and vital statistics, digital identity, the monitoring and tracking of the SDGs and emerging technologies, partnerships and collaboration. We need to strengthen the collaboration between all parties of national data ecosystem in the areas of statistical and geospatial information. And my last slide, our key messages. We need to leverage technology innovation to transform national statistical systems, incorporating innovation, technology, new data source, artificial intelligence, and also co-creating with a wide array of stakeholders, talked of universities, private sectors, civil societies, organizations, and etc. We need to enhance the strategic planning. And here, most of the planners will recognize that we need to continue to align national statistical strategy with the national development plan and budgeting process. If you don't do that, your strategy cannot be effective. And also, we have 2 miles here, which is the implementation of the 2025 System of National Account. It has been adopted last week at the global setting of the UN Statistical Commission. And also, we launched last week the 2030 round of population and housing censuses to be 2025, 2034, where we expect all African countries to count their population. And the last segment here is mobilizing sustainable national resources to support transformation and modernization of national statistical system in the actual context of scarcity of international funding. And here, I need to highlight this one. On the issue of financing, recent development highlighted the critical need for sustainable national funding of statistical system. I repeat, sustainable national funding of statistical system. Without such funding, there is a risk of disrupting ongoing activities such as demographic and health survey, you know it as DSS, in many countries. And this is a reality that we need to address. Chair, I thank you, and I look at my time, and we've been the 10 minutes. Thank you.
C'est à moi de vous remercier. Merci beaucoup pour votre appui. Donc, honorable délégué, le débat est ouvert concernant les 2 présentations que nous venons d'entendre. Et il y aura après ce débat, il y aura une autre présentation de l'IDEP avant de prendre la pause déjeuner. Donc, si vous avez des observations, des questions, on ouvrira la liste. Merci. Donc, on a enregistré les pays suivants: la République démocratique du Congo, le Burundi, la Côte d'Ivoire, le Cameroun, le Zimbabwe, la Gambie, le Bénin, Sierra Leone et le Burundi. Il y a un observateur UNFPA. Donc, on commence par le distingué délégué de la République démocratique du Congo. Merci.
Merci, Monsieur le Président, pour la parole. Je voudrais juste faire un petit commentaire sur la question des statistiques. Parce que, comme on l'a souligné tout à l'heure par le directeur intérimaire sur les statistiques, il apparaît qu'au niveau national, dans nos différents États, nos gouvernements ou les politiques, ils ont à l'esprit la nécessité de mettre en œuvre des politiques, des différentes politiques économiques, mais parfois il y a, de mon point de vue, une sorte d'oubli, pour ne pas parler de négligence, qui s'installe dans le financement des questions statistiques. Évidemment, disposer d'un appareil statistique solide nécessite beaucoup de moyens, et que les États, sincèrement, comme on l'a relevé, ne sont pas prêts à suivre généralement tous ces développements. Et d'ailleurs, comme on a parlé déjà de l'adoption du système de comptabilité nationale, par exemple 2025, il faut des adaptations. Il y a, comme on les relève depuis désormais maintenant, l'utilisation de l'intelligence artificielle, de big data. Ça demande beaucoup d'investissements au niveau des États, que ce soit en termes de renforcement des capacités et d'autres moyens. C'est, de mon point de vue, les points d'honneur sur lesquels devrait, en tout cas, travailler la Commission économique pour l'Afrique, pour essayer d'aider les États dans le financement sur la question statistique. En tout cas, si les problèmes qui sont rencontrés, c'est parce que les États ne financent pas suffisamment cette question-là. Donc, que ce soit en termes de développement des infrastructures ou en termes de renforcement des capacités. Je crois que c'est cette façon. Et surtout, bon, comme on l'a relevé également, sur le plan de l'harmonisation également donc, des données statistiques pour permettre d'avoir des données comparables et facilement utilisables. Donc voilà un peu ce que je voudrais relever sur cette question pour encourager donc les commissions à pouvoir accompagner sur le plan particulièrement de financement de la question statistique. Merci beaucoup.
Merci, distingué délégué de la République démocratique du Congo. Passons au Burundi. À vous la parole.
Merci, honorable président, pour la parole accordée à la délégation burundaise. Je voudrais juste réagir par rapport au rapport sur la gouvernance où on a interpellé les pays africains à conclure beaucoup de conventions, surtout en rapport avec les impôts et les conventions qui visent à éviter la double imposition ou la non-imposition. Et c'est justement pour qu'il y ait des échanges d'informations entre les administrations fiscales et partant éviter les flux financiers illicites comme ça a été signalé dans le rapport. Mais le défi qu'on rencontre dans pas mal de pays, les équipes qui participent dans ce genre de négociation de conventions ne sont pas très outillées en matière de négociation de conventions avec justement le modèle UN où des fois on utilise aussi le modèle OCDE. On aimerait juste saisir l'opportunité pour demander des renforcements dans ce sens pour que nos pays puissent vraiment accélérer dans cette mouvance de conclusion de conventions fiscales entre nos administrations fiscales. Merci.
Merci, distingué délégué du Burundi. Nous passons à la Côte d'Ivoire. À vous la parole.
Je voudrais remercier Monsieur le Président de séance. Monsieur le Président, je voudrais soulever un sujet de préoccupation que nous, en Côte d'Ivoire, nous avons dans le cadre de la gestion du Comité national de la mise en œuvre de la zone de libre-échange continentale. Et je voulais donc partager cette idée avec la CEA, qui a pour mission d'assister les États africains, de les guider et de les aider à élucider les problématiques un peu complexes. Le problème que j'aborde constitue certes un avantage, mais il y a des risques et je voudrais m'appesantir dans mon intervention sur les risques et solliciter donc le point de vue de la Commission de gouvernance économique sur cette question. Il s'agit du risque lorsque nous allons ouvrir nos économies dans le cadre de la ZLECAf au marché africain, le risque de voir donc le fait que la ZLECAf que nous sommes en train d'élaborer, de mettre en place, le risque que ce soit une ZLECAf faite pour les multinationales étrangères, détentrices de beaucoup d'argent, de capitaux, de puissance. Et depuis un moment, on note par exemple que des agences de coopération internationale sont vraiment très proches de l'UA qui finance toutes leurs opérations. Ce n'est pas gratuit. En effet, lorsque la zone de libre-échange va véritablement se mettre en place, certes, les entreprises africaines, elles sont prioritaires, mais toute multinationale étrangère déjà présente sur le sol africain ou qui décide de venir s'installer sur le sol africain bénéficie automatiquement des préférences de la ZLECAf dès lors que la seule condition qui est le respect des règles d'origine est réalisée. La ZLECAf dit clairement que pour qu'un produit puisse bénéficier des préférences au sein de l'Afrique, l'une des conditions simples, c'est que le produit ou le service soit substantiellement transformé. Et donc, c'est un jeu d'enfant pour ces grandes puissances. Dès lors, dans un contexte marqué par une insuffisance de capitaux qui circulent dans le monde, les statisticiens le savent très bien, sur 100 $ qui circulent dans le monde, il y a 97% qui sont, enfin 97 $ qui sont ailleurs dans le monde, et il y a 3 seulement en Afrique. On ne peut pas se permettre, dans un contexte de pauvreté plus ou moins absolue, refuser les investissements directs étrangers. Mais même en les acceptant, comment, messieurs de la CEA, on pourrait éviter donc de construire, d'élaborer, de mettre au monde un enfant pour l'OCDE, les pays industrialisés. Donc c'est cette inquiétude que nous avons souvent l'habitude, n'est-ce pas, de mettre sur la table dans nos réunions. Et comme la CEA est là pour nous rassurer, nous apaiser, nous guider, je voudrais que la Commission de la gouvernance économique également nous dise ce qu'elle pense de cette situation, comment faire en sorte que la ZLECAf que nous élaborons puisse certes bénéficier à l'Afrique, mais qu'elle ne nous échappe pas et ne fasse, n'est-ce pas, le lit des puissances multinationales étrangères. Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Merci, distingué délégué de la Côte d'Ivoire. Maintenant, je donne la parole au Cameroun. Vous avez la parole.
Merci, Monsieur le Président, pour la parole donnée. Nous voulons dire merci aux panélistes, aux présentateurs pour ces informations qui nous ont beaucoup édifiés. Alors, dans le cadre de la réforme de l'architecture financière mondiale, il est bien évidemment question de permettre à l'Afrique de pouvoir accéder au financement à des conditions qui lui permettent de financer son développement sans toutefois aggraver sa situation d'endettement. En ce sens, l'année dernière, au mois de novembre, l'Union africaine, en collaboration avec la Banque africaine de développement, ils ont communiqué sur une initiative qui consistait à intégrer le potentiel vert des pays dans leur PIB, ce qui supposait une réforme, en quelque sorte, de la comptabilité nationale. Donc, la statistique va, à ce titre, jouer un rôle très important parce que lorsque nous parlons du potentiel, parfois nous n'avons pas réellement des données précises. Et non seulement l'évaluation du potentiel vert, ça peut aller également au potentiel bleu et tout le potentiel naturel de l'Afrique pourra permettre, en l'intégrant dans le PIB, d'accéder au marché financier à des conditions meilleures. Pour le Cameroun, notre Institut national de la statistique bénéficie de l'appui de certains partenaires techniques et financiers. Et au niveau de la communauté économique des États de l'Afrique centrale, nous avons également un programme qui vise à renforcer les capacités des instituts nationaux de la statistique. Bien évidemment, l'accompagnement de la CEA, il est là et il est à saluer. Et ces initiatives que la Commission économique des Nations Unies pour l'Afrique met en place pour pouvoir améliorer les statistiques au sein des États, parce que nous ne pouvons pas prendre des décisions éclairées si nous n'avons pas des données fiables. Merci.
Merci, distingué délégué du Cameroun. Donc, nous donnons la parole au Zimbabwe. À vous la parole.
Thank you, Chair. I'll be very quick. Just looking at the recommendations on the illicit financial flows, I'm getting concerned every meeting we talk of these illicit financial flows, almost 89 billion every year, 4% of Africa's total GDP, and we now know that ODA is not forthcoming, etc. And I think we are just taking a casual approach to this issue as we sit around all the tables. And I was seeing centralized data management as recommendations, exchange of information, country by country reporting of MNCs, etc. How will these combat? I think illicit financial flow. We need now concrete action, and I hope ECA can take this gap, which I see in this very critical area, which can really assist us in resource mobilization. Secondly, on statistical office, I think it's high time we started prioritizing our budgets. It's up to us how we fund our own statistical office. This issue of development partners to continue providing support, I think we have to start being responsible for our own destiny and support, prioritize the budgets for our statistical office if we are serious about our policies. Thank you.
Merci, distingué délégué du Zimbabwe. Maintenant, on passe la parole à la Gambie. Vous avez la parole.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, for the opportunity yet again. First, I want to start by thanking the presenter for the detailed information they have put at our disposal. So, on my first comment is similar to that of Zimbabwe on the issue of illicit financial flows. So, I think we should now move beyond the statistics, to look at, concrete steps, that the Commission or even the AU could come up with to see how we could seriously combat this, because the debt is ballooning, official sources are drying up. So we need to address this in a more combative way, to salvage ourselves. So on the front of the statistics, I think that is central. The statistics is very important, it's vital. Since we are working towards Agenda 2063, of course, there are REC, targets that are set, composed of various, members. So for comparability on some key targets, so, statistics is central. Now that you've mentioned about 2025 national statistics, NSA, I'm wondering how member countries have fared, on the earlier standards that were set. So how progressive was it? Now that we are going to refocus on the standards as outlined in 2025 NSA. So this brings to the fore the earlier question we mentioned in the first session, the peer review mechanism. Of course, maybe there was limited time, we didn't get much, feedback on that as to the work. I know its establishment took time, and now I believe the Secretariat is established to see how they've started embarking on the work, so that you look at, best performers and learn lessons, so that others can also be carried along, in order to achieve, comparability as far as statistics is concerned. You've enumerated a number of issues, so which are quite pertinent. So, but beyond that, highlighting the issues, so perhaps if we should have a roadmap or a way forward on how to address some of those issues that are key issues highlighted, about 6 or 7 of them. So I believe statistics, I repeat, is very central in our drive towards Agenda 2063. Thank you.
Merci, distingué délégué de la Gambie. Nous passons au Bénin. À vous la parole.
Concernant le rapport du comité sur la gouvernance économique, j'ai une préoccupation relative au financement. Dans son intervention, il a parlé des financements innovants, des mobilisations des ressources internes et de la dette. Je crois qu'hier ou ce matin déjà, on a entendu parler de la dette durable. La notion de la dette durable n'est pas très claire dans ma tête. S'il peut revenir là-dessus et surtout nous dire quelle est la différence entre cette dette durable et les moyens traditionnels de contracter les dettes. Mais au-delà de ça, c'est que je voulais demander, est-ce qu'il y a une stratégie qui est mise en place au niveau africain en ce qui concerne les types de financement? Qu'est-ce que je veux dire par là? Aujourd'hui, on peut mobiliser les ressources à l'interne, on peut contracter des dettes, mais on peut avoir recours également au marché financier. Il avait parlé des obligations. Alors, quelle est la stratégie entre tous ces aspects-là? Qu'est-ce qu'il emporte sur l'autre? Parce que aller sur le marché financier, il faut pouvoir rassurer les investisseurs. Et rassurer les investisseurs suppose qu'il faut un minimum de dispositifs en termes des conditions à mettre en place au niveau du pays pour pouvoir rassurer les investisseurs et lever les fonds, et aussi bien gérer les fonds qui sont levés sur le marché financier pour que ces fonds puissent permettre de rembourser, n'est-ce pas, les projets mis en œuvre par ces fonds vont permettre de rembourser ces dettes dans l'avenir. Donc, en matière stratégique, est-ce qu'il y a une quote-part ou bien une proportion ou un pourcentage qui est lié à chacun des aspects? Pour ce qui concerne les statistiques, là également, j'ai besoin d'avoir plus de détails sur la différence qu'il y a entre l'utilisation des données au niveau des questions clés et l'omniprésence des données. Quelle est la différence qu'il y a entre ces deux aspects? Enfin, beaucoup l'ont déjà dit, la question de la fiabilité des données statistiques au niveau de l'Afrique est importante. Le présentateur a mis l'accent sur ce qui est fait pour appuyer les pays. On a l'impression que les pays sont appuyés de façon ciblée. On voudrait savoir est-ce qu'il y a un programme global d'harmonisation des productions de données statistiques à l'échelle de l'Afrique, de telle sorte que, effectivement, à l'arrivée, les données qui sont produites soient véritablement comparables. Et en lien avec ça, est-ce qu'il y a également un effort de mutualisation des financements pour la question statistique au niveau de l'Afrique? Qu'est-ce que je veux dire par là? Il a parlé de la base qui peut financer la production statistique au niveau de certains pays. Peut-être qu'il y a d'autres bailleurs ou partenaires également qui financent. Est-ce qu'il y a un effort où on essaie de mutualiser, où tous ces financements-là peut-être vont transiter par la cellule statistique de la CEA pour qu'on puisse assurer la comparabilité et la consolidation au niveau de l'Afrique? Merci.
Merci aux distingués délégués du Bénin. On passe la parole au Sierra Leone. À vous la parole.
Thank you very much once again, Mr. Chairman. I want to thank the presenter very much for that very informative and educative presentation. I want to raise two key issues. We must accept that data acceptance or use in Africa, it's still very limited compared to other regions. And part of the challenge why we have problem with data integrity has to do with the acceptability and acceptance of the use of data. In most of our workplaces, we don't use data because many don't believe that they should be part of the data work. Whatever work that comes, they say, oh, let's send it to the research or statistics department. It shouldn't be that way. Even the basic analytics, basic data analytics should be done by some of the department that we have in our workplace. Let's say if we are going to the capacity development or building that we spoke about is very good, but where do we start with the capacity? We need to look at how do we integrate capacity development with workplace capacity development? How do we integrate it with our curriculum? Because we must change the culture for the use and application of data. Data analytics, now we say data science. And if we want to change this, we must integrate that to our workplace, we integrate that to our learning institutions, our training and learning institutions. So probably we must look at, let's begin to look at how our curriculum are defined. We must not just limit data to statistical subjects. Every area requires data analytics. So let's begin to look at that so that we make data widespread in its use in Africa. Another challenge is somebody raised an issue about harmonization, standardization, and reporting. We have a lot of actors, a lot of players coming in asking for data from various institutions. And at times you realize that when you report one aspect of data is different from what you give to another institution. So there is always that challenge or that conflict in terms of the data that we present, simply because there is no harmonization and standardization in the way we report data, in the way we store data. So that creates a problem for even the integrity of the data. I am seeing probably the Commission can take a leading role to begin to work with other partners to make sure that as we develop our capacity for data work, we also make sure that we have some kind of an harmonized and standardized system in terms of how we store and report the data so that we don't keep reporting different data to different people. Somebody mentioned the Gambia, especially, he mentioned about the ballooning of our debt. Some of these economic challenges we're having today is because we put ourselves into limited data use. because we do not apply or employ data in our work, and as a result, what happens, we end up making decisions that are not informed by analysis, by technical work, by research analysis, by data. So if we want to move forward and make sure that some of the economic challenges that we have, we begin to address them, we have to widely use data. So the ECA can come in and make sure that work with partners for us to have a better system of data presentation. I know somebody mentioned the African development. Probably the African development can begin to sponsor countries in the way how they store data, how they report data to development partners, and that would be a good idea. That's my submission, Mr. Chairman.
Merci, distingué délégué du Sierra Leone. Maintenant, nous passons la parole au Soudan du Sud. À vous la parole.
Thank you, Chair, for giving my delegation the opportunity. And I would also like to thank the two presenters for the well-detailed presentations they have submitted to us. My question is in two areas in regards to the statistics. It was highlighted that capacity building and modernization and transformation of statistical systems. I think that is very important for all of us as a country, South Sudan and the other countries in Africa, because capacity development is key if we wanted to have a vital statistics and reliable data in our country. So I wanted to suggest that the capacity development should go hand in hand with the modernization and transformation of statistical systems. Because if you develop the capacity and you don't modernize it in a way that it will cope up with the challenges and modernization and transformation that is happening in the world of statistics, then we will not achieve anything. So we wanted to see that happening, and we also encourage that there has to be a needs-based assessment for each of the countries, because we are not equally the same when it comes to our abilities to handle our statistical issues. So we wanted all of us to benefit from the capacity development and the modernization of the statistical systems of our countries. Thank you.
Merci au distingué délégué du Soudan du Sud. Maintenant, nous donnons la parole au Haut-Commissariat des Nations Unies aux droits de l'homme. À vous la parole.
It's not working? Oh, thank you. Thank you, Chair. My name is Lilian Mwan. I am Human Rights and Sustainable Development Advisor at OHCHR. I have two quick questions, if I may, one for each of the presenters. Thank you so much for your presentations. The first question goes to Mr. Ilbujo from the African Center of Statistics. You mentioned the challenges pertaining to the collection, availability, and usage of data, but I would also like to add the need for disaggregated data. That is crucial not only for development planning, but as we know, for the 2030, for the achievement of the 2030 agenda and its promise to leave no one behind. And in this, I include the need to collect data on internally displaced populations, refugees, people living with disabilities, which is often missing in the documents that are often shared, including by us UN agencies. I wonder what the Statistical Commission is doing in this regard, notwithstanding capacity and financial challenges, and how you think we can begin to address these challenges. The second question goes to Mr. Ibrahim. Thank you so much for your presentation. I was particularly pleased to see that you're working on several cross-cutting issues, including human rights, and I include the children's rights, labor rights, since we are here with UNICEF and ILO, among other sister agencies. Some of the issues that the division is working on, debt vulnerabilities, high debt burden, corruption, illicit financial flows, we know have severe implications for human rights. I was wondering if you have one or two concrete examples of ways how the division is integrating some of these issues in its programming and in some of its activities. That would be highly appreciated. Thank you very much.
Merci. Donc nous donnons la parole au Congrès des syndicats de Namibie. Merci.
Thank you, Chair, for the opportunity to speak. My name is Evelyn Mwendo from the Tax Justice Network Africa, and allow me to join others in saying thank you to the presentations that were just made by the two presenters. My submissions will be essentially to emphasize the recommendation that was made with regard to supporting African representation and leadership on global platforms. Amongst developing countries, the call for reforming the global financial architecture has been strongest from Africa. And indeed, it has become not only a global, but an African agenda. And for instance, there was a call to move decision-making on international tax issues to the UN, where developing countries, and particularly African countries, would have equal footing. However, Chair and member states in the room, as observers and as civil society organizations, we have noted that despite this opportunity to transform the global financial architecture to be on the negotiating table and do so, there is a lack of representation of African countries at this fora. Particularly, Chair, there are two important processes that are happening this year. This is the 4th Financing for Development Conference, as well as the negotiation of a UN Framework Convention on International Tax Cooperation. But however, we're seeing limited African participation. So, Chair, allow me to just join the call in encouraging member states to send human resources and to invest financial resources in these negotiations that are taking place in this various fora. We have to be at the table in order for our interests to be adequately catered to. And in 2025, more than any year, it's very important that we participate fully in these two processes. Thank you.
Merci, Madame. Donc, nous passons au présentateur pour qu'il réponde aux questions. Nous, on a terminé parce qu'on n'a pas beaucoup de temps. On a encore trois présentations et on est en retard de 2 heures. Donc, il faut bien, s'il vous plaît, il faut être concis. On répond aux essentiels et s'il y a d'autres questions ils peuvent les envoyer au secrétariat. Merci beaucoup.
Okay. There are a number of points where I've taken notes, actually. You know, comments by TJNA, and also the need for capacity building in terms of tax information and so. But let me just respond to 3 points. One, in terms of the risk of the Africa Continental Free Trade Agreement in terms of opening up to multinational corporations. I think here, we shouldn't look at the agreement as a liberalization model, but as a development model. And if you're looking at it, it's actually to the benefit of African countries if they get together in terms of addressing illicit financial flows, having agree on a model in terms of trade misinvoicing, for example, have tax information. And it's very, very important here in terms of the implementation is to not to look at the tax people and the trade people as two distinct communities. So if they work together on this, I believe that we will have better models in terms of addressing issues related to multinational corporations. There was the second question was on the why I didn't say much about what we've been doing in terms of illicit financial flows. I think because I touched on the work that we've been doing in development planning, macro, and IFF or so. And these points that I mentioned, these were the points that what Africa wants in terms of the international community in FFT. But in terms of what we've been doing, I completely agree with you that we should not just be stuck in terms of numbers. We've moved here in terms of ECA. We've been working with Uganda on profit shifting, with 11 countries in terms of getting having action plans in terms of addressing illicit financial flows. We're just now agreed with the African Union, in terms of what you say comparative model on this, is to work together with them and ATAF and Tax Justice Network in terms of IFF. I'm really sorry that I have not actually spent time in terms of what we've been doing on these issues. In terms of debt and the strategy, this is my last point. I completely agree with you. What we don't have until now a continental sort of model in terms of addressing this. I think we really need to do this similar to what we've been doing in terms of illicit financial flows or so. But in terms of the points that you mentioned there, I think for us as ECA, we've been working on guidelines, helping countries in terms of debt management. Our flagship application on economic governance in 2025 is working on debt management. We have also worked with UNCTAD in terms of looking at innovative sources of finance and their application in terms of climate finance and enhancing this for sustainable development. But definitely, I think we really need this, as well as the need for what I said here will be very, very helpful in terms of the authority on debt and all these things at the global level. Because whatever we're doing at the national level, it will not be helped until we address this at the global level. The rest of the comments they were noted. I will discuss with you in terms of some of the examples that we are doing in terms of human rights and how we integrate this in the work of the division, if you don't mind, in a one-to-one conversation. Thank you very much. I hope I haven't missed any major points in terms of your questions. If I have, I'm happy to discuss it during the break. Thank you.
OK. Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président. Je vais aussi être bref.
Nous avons enregistré beaucoup de contributions, preuve que la statistique ne laisse pas l'audience indifférente. Je vais revenir sur le financement soulevé par le Congo et aussi le Zimbabwe, la République démocratique du Congo, je vais dire, et le Zimbabwe. Pour dire que c'est vraiment très important, il y a des pays qui ont essayé de mettre en place des fonds de développement de la statistique. L'expérience du Sénégalais a compté, mais il y a aussi des pays où on a mis en place une taxe pour le développement de la statistique au niveau du cordon douanier, mais quand les statisticiens sont allés au niveau des finances, on leur a opposé l'unicité de la caisse et la fongibilité de la ressource. On dit, vous n'aurez rien. Vous voyez? Donc, ce qui veut dire que vraiment, c'est un problème qui doit être pris à cœur. Il faut que vous les aidiez à cela. Sinon, ils ne vont pas y arriver. Et compter sur un financement international, c'est vraiment mettre votre système statistique à risque. On a vu le développement récent où, disons, un président a décidé de retirer des financements et cela cause des problèmes. Vraiment, c'est quelque chose qu'il faut prendre à cœur et il faut que, justement, le plaidoyer au niveau de la CEA va continuer. Et au niveau africain, nous avons aussi la charte qui dit mettez des fonds en place pour que cela soit possible. Au niveau du Cameroun, nous avons une initiative avec la Banque africaine de développement justement sur le potentiel naturel de l'Afrique. Et cela va aller en s'accentuant avec la mise en œuvre du SCN 2025. Pour aller rapidement, au niveau de la Gambie, nous avons noté vos contributions et vous dire qu'effectivement, il y a des retards dans la mise en œuvre des normes. Il y a des pays, malheureusement, qui sont encore au SCN 1968, je dis ça doucement, mais ce qui veut dire qu'ils doivent sauter 93, 2008 à 2025. C'est vraiment une préoccupation auquel il faudra qu'on aide à adresser. Au niveau du Bénin, bon, c'est beaucoup plus sur les types de financement. Et je vais répondre aussi en disant que nous avons la SACHA, la stratégie pour l'harmonisation des statistiques en Afrique, et qui est vraiment notre lead dans ce domaine. Il y a jusqu'à 8 groupes et qui couvrent beaucoup de domaines. On pourrait revenir là-dessus avec plus de détails dans les couloirs. Nous avons aussi noté la contribution de la Sierra Leone sur les différentes stratégies d'harmonisation, comme nous le disons. Et bon, on ne peut plus aller dans le détail, mais pour le Sud-Soudan, pour terminer, oui, nous avons en place un mécanisme pour aider le Sud-Soudan à développer une académie de statistiques appliquées et aussi à revoir leur stratégie nationale de développement de la statistique. Donc, il y a modernisation, il y a développement de ressources. Et cela est crucial, d'autant plus qu'il faut vraiment tacler les deux aspects ensemble. Nous enregistrons aussi la contribution de l'Agence des Nations Unies pour dire que, effectivement, ces questions-là sont prises en compte par rapport à la désagrégation. Nous avons des éléments détaillés qui peuvent vous aider à comprendre qu'il ne faut laisser personne de côté et cela est fondamental. Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Merci à vous d'être bref. Donc, nous passons maintenant à la présentation de l'Institut l'IDEP. J'invite Madame la directrice de l'Institut africain de développement économique et de la planification, Madame Karima Bounimra Ben Sultan, à présenter le rapport d'activité de l'Institut. Madame Ben Sultan, vous avez la parole. S'il vous plaît, il faut être bref parce qu'après, on va partir prendre le déjeuner et on va revenir avec deux présentations en retard. On est à 2 présentations en retard. Si vous voulez qu'on termine tôt, il faut qu'on fasse vite. Merci.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Distingués invités, Monsieur le Président vient de me donner la lourde tâche de représenter la dernière barrière entre vous et votre déjeuner, en tout cas pour ceux qui sont concernés par le déjeuner. Depuis hier, on parle d'abattre toutes les barrières, donc j'espère que je ne serai pas votre cible cet après-midi. Cependant, ayant entendu de manière récurrente la notion de renforcement de capacité, de besoin d'appui au niveau technique de nos différents États membres, Je pense que ce rapport de l'IDEP pourra vous intéresser. Alors, le président l'a également dit, depuis quelques séances, nous faisons des rapports d'activité. Donc, je ne vais pas rentrer dans le corps du document qui vous a été distribué à l'avance, qui est le document 4314. Vous y trouverez tous les détails qui concernent le travail de l'IDEP, donc l'Institut africain pour la planification et le développement économique, et qui est l'organe de formation de la CEA. Vous trouverez dans ce rapport tout ce qui concerne nos activités. Je vais juste, avec vous, mettre l'accent sur quelques messages que je voulais partager. Alors, le premier, c'est en ce qui concerne la formation, l'intitulé de certains des cours que nous avons offerts au cours de cette période-là, et vous retrouverez beaucoup des mots-clés qui ont prévalu au cours de ces deux derniers jours. Par exemple, le renforcement des capacités en termes de planification, et comme nous l'avions annoncé depuis 2 ans, notre accent depuis 2 ans est davantage mis. Nous restons dans la planification, je dirais, traditionnelle, mais nous avons également mis beaucoup plus l'accent sur les aspects de prospective, en introduisant également la modélisation sur les systèmes dynamiques. Vous avez demandé qu'on travaille sur la transformation numérique. Cela fait partie des cours qui ont été offerts. La zone de libre-échange est à continuer à faire partie de notre offre de formation. Nous avions commencé il y a quelques années par des questions juste de négociation commerciale, de politique commerciale, et nous avons petit à petit adapté notre offre au lancement, à la préparation à la ZLECAf et à son lancement à différents niveaux, en impliquant les acteurs, hommes, femmes, en ayant une approche sectorielle, l'agriculture par exemple, en travaillant sur l'entrepreneuriat, le commerce électronique, etc., etc. Et hier après-midi, vous avez beaucoup insisté, et encore une fois ce matin, sur l'importance du financement du développement, et nous avons un cours qui est là depuis quelques années et qui s'adapte au fur et à mesure sur les aspects relatifs à la mobilisation des ressources domestiques. Je n'irai pas plus loin, nous n'avons pas beaucoup de temps, mais je serai ravie d'en parler avec vous de manière beaucoup plus détaillée. Alors, quelques chiffres. 34 cours ont été offerts qui ont bénéficié à près de 5000 bénéficiaires. Ce sont les chiffres de décembre. Au jour d'aujourd'hui, nous sommes à beaucoup plus de 5000 personnes qui ont été formées, et vous voyez la progression dans les formations que nous faisons. Notre objectif était de 3000 personnes cette année, mais nous sommes beaucoup plus, malgré les contraintes auxquelles nous faisons face, nous avons fait l'effort d'aller au-delà des 3000 qui ont été initialement programmés. Je voudrais également mettre l'accent sur une discussion que nous avons eue et une demande que vous avez faite de nous rapprocher des besoins des pays en multipliant nos cours sur mesure. Et vous avez ici quelques exemples de cours sur mesure qui ont été faits au niveau de la planification, au niveau de l'économie bleue, au niveau des projets miniers. Et si vous vous demandez pourquoi ces pays, c'est tout simplement parce que ce sont les pays qui nous ont sollicités. Donc si vous voulez des cours sur mesure, n'hésitez pas à venir vers nous et à nous solliciter. Tout comme nous avons répondu par la positive à ces États membres, nous le ferons avec vous avec beaucoup d'enthousiasme. Je mets également l'accent sur 2 domaines pour lesquels les cours ont donné lieu à des activités et à de l'opérationnalisation. Souvent, on nous pose la question de savoir, vous formez, mais vous formez pourquoi? Quel est le résultat de vos formations et à quoi ça nous mène? Là, par exemple, en ce qui concerne la zone de libre-échange, nous avons travaillé à needs assessment, à une évaluation des besoins avec les pays qui sont concernés pour impliquer davantage le secteur privé, et cela a donné lieu à des programmes de formation qui sont à cheval entre le secteur privé et le secteur public. Certains sont déjà bien avancés et d'autres sont dans le pipe pour terminer l'élaboration de leur plan de formation d'ici la fin de l'année. Et de la même façon, vous avez souvent fait référence à la nécessité de créer des jobs, de l'emploi au niveau de nos pays. Et nous avons travaillé avec un certain nombre de partenaires à des formations qui ont donné lieu dans le cadre de l'enseignement et de la formation technique et professionnelle, donc le suivi et l'adaptation des capacités de nos populations aux besoins du marché et à l'utilisation des technologies de l'information dans un certain nombre de pays. Okay, let me now move to, no, it has gone too far. Okay, let me now move to the think tank aspect of our work. And in this context, I just wanted to highlight one aspect that was important for us during 2024, which is the involvement of the youth. I mean, we are talking about the digital dividend, how to make the best use of the demographic transformation of our countries, and we thought that it was important to prepare our youth to be the actors, today's and tomorrow's actors, and to be involved in discussion with our decision makers and planners in areas that are very close to the mandate of IDEP. We have been working with the YEN, the Young Economists Network, that I already presented to you some time ago. And the main area of focus this time has been on future-ready approaches to macroeconomic growth. And we have also worked on issues relating to structural transformation so that they become real actors in this environment and this transformation that we want to achieve. But more broadly speaking, I mean, the think tank dimension of IDEP has been achieved through a number of interaction with practitioners, with decision makers, with people from the academia, so that we can share knowledge, and I'll come back later on to the knowledge sharing and peer learning among all our constituencies. But I would say that in addition to these activities, which are our normal activity, the heart of what we have achieved during 2024 was the design of our strategic framework for the period 2025-2029 to try to identify the main areas on which to focus in order to provide you with the best capacity development offer. So we started from a statement, a vision statement, which is to have a structurally transformed and prosperous Africa driven by its own skilled people, and this is our value addition as IDEP to ensure that we contribute to more skilled people in the continent. We have designed the framework through a very complex consultative process with various steps that will end in April, when we will present the draft document to our governing council, hoping for its final approval so that we can launch it. We have built our thinking around first our SWOT analysis of what IDEP has done, is able to do, and also knowing its limits, but also a theory of change to project ourselves and see where we want to be 5 years from now. And this has led to the identification of 6 strategic orientations that are very much in line, which has been presented to you over the various sessions by my colleagues about the areas of focus of the ECA. Now, you have said that one of the challenges of our governments is to finance their development. So we will not be surprised that one of the challenges of IDEP is to finance its activities. And we are faced with a booming demand. In 2029, when we announce our courses we had 5,000 applications. Last year, when we announced our courses, we had more than 25,000, meaning 5 times more demand in terms of capacity development. So we have a booming demand and we have a decreasing support. We have member states that have some difficulties to pay their assessed annual contribution and that are accumulating arrears, and we are now more than 20 million US dollars of arrears. And we really encourage the member states to pay on time and to clear their arrears. Otherwise, we will have issues with the stability, the contractual stability of our staff, as 17 people from IDEP are paid on the contribution from our member states. And we are looking at a number of mitigation strategies to ensure more stability. And I would like really to make a special thank to the 8 member states out of 54. You can see how low this number is, who have, despite difficult circumstances, have paid either their contribution or cleared their arrear, with a special mention for our outgoing chairperson from Zimbabwe, who last year made a call, actually following my presentation, made the call to clear Zimbabwe's arrear, and this is what has been done. So thank you, Zimbabwe, for that, and thank you to all the others, and I do hope that as long as we go, this list will become longer and longer, showing your enthusiasm for capacity development. So what are we planning to do this year? What have we started to do since we are already in March? From a programmatic point of view, we have 3 main areas of focus that are risk management, and we have been working on risk management, and I've heard a number of communication about risk from you. We will be working on social protection, and we will launch a whole program on future-ready workforce. As I said, it was last year was the year of the design of the strategic framework, so we will launch its implementation with a notion of integrated capacity development program, linking, considering our various training courses as building block of something more holistic that would not be seen as just a training offer, but as a support to member states to integrate capacity development within their development processes to make them more global. And finally, the strategic framework will correspond also to the launch of what we call the ECA School of Thought and Practice platform. You have mentioned, a number of you mentioned, the need to peer learning, sharing experiences, etc. This platform will be your platform to learn from each other's successes, but also failures. Someone mentioned the importance of industrial policies. We have had 60 years of industrial policies and plans. What did work and why aren't we at the level that we were ambitioning to be in terms of industrialization? So how can the failures and the mistakes of the past can be avoided? And the heart of this School of Thought and Practice is to build on what ECA has been recommending, has been advising, the result of its research, of its analytical work throughout the years, and so that you can see how our thinking in terms of development is progressing. We'll also launch the first edition of the African Development Impact Forum to give you a platform to discuss among yourselves with other stakeholders, the private sector and the youth, issues relating to transforming strategies into tangible action and impactful action. And from, I would say, work organization point of view, we will be working on a new business model. As I mentioned earlier, we need to look at new funding resources. We will be working on our visibility linked to strengthened partnership, and I'm happy to see here our colleagues from the UN system with whom we are already working, but with whom we plan to strengthen the partnership to better serve all our member states. Thank you, Chair, and thank you, distinguished delegate.
Merci, Madame Ben Sultan, pour votre présentation succincte et riche en informations. Lors de ces 2 derniers jours, on ne parle que de le renforcement de capacités. Et nous avons un institut pour ça, un institut africain. Donc, il faut l'aider. Si on veut développer nos capacités, être aidé par l'institut, il faut de notre côté l'aider. Donc, on suspend la séance pour le déjeuner. On aura 90 minutes et on revient. Donc, on revient quand? Donc, on a 1h30 pour le déjeuner. Donc, on revient à 3h25, 15h25. Merci.
Distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, it's time for lunch. For those who are eating, others can support us spiritually. But yes, lunch will be served in the same hall, in the banquet hall upstairs. A kind reminder that food packages are available for those who are observing Ramadan later today. We'll be back in 1.5 hours' time, so please let us come back and kindly take our seats by 3:25. Thank you so much. Have a good break.
Recording stopped.
Ladies and gentlemen, we'll kindly invite you to take your place so we can start. I'll now pass it on to the chair.
Recording
Merci.
in progress.
J'espère que vous avez un bon repas. Donc, on va continuer nos présentations. Maintenant, j'invite le directeur du bureau sous-régional. Donc, comme j'ai dit maintenant, j'invite le directeur du bureau sous-régional en Afrique du Nord, M. Adam El Hiraika, à présenter les rapports des comités intergouvernementaux sous-régionaux des hauts fonctionnaires et des experts sur leurs réunions. Monsieur El Hiraika, à vous la parole.
This is the one is
I
next.
pointed here over there.
Okay.
All right. Okay, sir. Okay, thank you. Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. This is a presentation of a report on ECA sub-regional offices, intergovernmental committees of senior officials and experts, ICSOE, or for short, just ICE. As you all know, we have 5 sub-regional offices, and these sub-regional offices organize their mini conferences of experts, senior experts and officials every year. So I'm going to present just the main outcomes of the 5 of the meetings organized by the 5 sub-regional offices. First, we have the 3rd joint ICE for North and West Africa. It was jointly organized in Rabat, Morocco in November 2024 on the theme of accelerating implementation of the agreement establishing the African Continental Free Trade Area in North and West Africa through digital transformation and economic diversification. And the 2nd ICE, 3rd joint ICE for Central and East Africa, was organized in Yaoundé in October on the theme of research and innovation solutions to fast-track economic diversification in Central and Eastern Africa. And the 3rd ICE for Southern Africa alone was organized in Zambia in November 24 on addressing the energy deficit in Southern Africa through investment in new and renewable energy technologies to reduce energy poverty and accelerate sustainable industrialization and structural transformation. The objectives of the ICE are to review and validate activity reports prepared by sub-regional offices and planned work programs of SROs, and to offer a platform for discussion on recent economic and social developments in the sub-regions, and to formulate policy recommendations in relation to the themes of the meetings. Attendance, each of the 3 ICE was attended by
more than 100 participants from member states, including government representatives, private sectors, and civil society organizations and experts. As many of you attended these ICE, each year we elect a new bureau, and you can see here the bureaus for Central Africa, East Africa, North Africa, Southern Africa, and West Africa. We have the chairs, the vice chairs, and the rapporteurs. Let me highlight some of the statutory issues and selected reports and studies discussed or presented during these ICE, but this is not comprehensive. So statutory issues included reports on recent economic and social conditions in the sub-regions, and the 2024 SDG report in each of the sub-regions, and sub-regional offices activity reports. These are standard statutory reports. The studies, technical studies and reports included, for example, one, boosting AFCFTA implementation and economic diversification. The focus was on accelerating implementation of AFCFTA at regional and country levels, promoting private sector and value chains development, industrialization, and South-South cooperation. Another study on macroeconomic stability and debt management. A number of studies have actually covered these issues at the sub-regional levels, focusing on strengthening domestic resource mobilization, a theme that has been discussed extensively during this meeting, leveraging innovative financial mechanisms, remittances, diaspora investment, and so on, and implementing sound fiscal policies controlling inflation were part of the key macroeconomic policy issues discussed under this theme. The third theme is food system and energy transition. Also, a number of reports produced on food, energy, and water security and sustainable agriculture, climate-related disasters, and blue economy, technology, statistics, and innovation. And the key development challenges tackled or tracked, rather, in my view, because we'll continue to work on these themes, which we discussed and deliberated upon, and will follow up our recommendations at country levels and at sub-regional office levels. So the key challenges included macroeconomic challenges and debt sustainability, which has been discussed actually extensively also during this meeting. So the issues include rising public debt, inflationary pressures, and fluctuating commodity prices. Then the issue of infrastructure and energy deficits, Southern Africa, energy shortages, slowing economic transformation and growth. Of course, there is a huge contrast between North Africa and generally and Southern Africa in terms of energy transition. And these were some of the issues that were discussed, and policy exchanges and peer learning opportunities were provided. North and West Africa's digital transportation and infrastructure transformation and infrastructure gaps that limit trade and connectivity, and in Central Africa's dependence on raw material discussed. SDGs progress remains low, as you all know. Under climate change, security, and economic diversification, we also took note of limited economic diversification and limited innovative and effective integrated strategies to ensure water, energy, and food security, especially in North Africa and in the Sahel region. Security concerns were also discussed. Security crises, water scarcity, and food insecurity which pose risks to sustainable development, especially in North and West Africa, climate-related disasters and prolonged droughts. So these expert meetings concluded with a number of important recommendations. I'm just summarizing the key recommendations from the first meeting of Central and Eastern Africa. So we have recommendations for ECA and recommendations for member states, and these recommendations have to be really followed up and implemented. So this is a reminder to ourselves and to our member states represented by chairs of bureaus. For ECA, Central Africa and Eastern Africa's key recommendation was to continue and increase support to member states. This, of course, applies to all sub-regional offices, and to support countries to harmonize circular and blue economy and to have plans in this respect. SRO East Africa in particular has been working for over a number of years on issues of circular and blue economy, and if there is any question about this, my colleague Andrew Mold is here to respond. For member states, the recommendation is to develop localized funding, support SMEs, and invest in research and development with a regional research hub and innovation incubators. To promote import substitution for food security and growth while enhancing AFCFTA awareness, especially for youth and women. Invest in cross-border infrastructure and transport to facilitate, of course, trade within the region. Now, the Southern Africa region's meeting recommendations for ECA include, again, these are not comprehensive, support efforts by member states and RECs to accelerate a just energy transition, an issue that has also been discussed before in this room during this meeting. To provide technical support, including capacity building to member states to implement their national AFCFTA. Actually, this applies almost to all SROs. We are supporting member states to develop plans and strategies to implement AFCFTA and support formulation of a framework to track implementation of ICE recommendations, including on addressing the energy gap and accelerating industrialization. For member states, the key recommendations include addressing the sub-region's energy deficit, strengthening domestic resource mobilization, strengthening collaboration with the private sector through public-private sector partnerships to de-risk investment in the energy sector, and to adopt measures to accelerate industrialization by developing a manufacturing base and value addition processes that could boost the value of exports. Finally, the recommendations made by ICE organized by North and West Africa for ECA included addressing food insecurity and terrorism, strengthening governance, support statistical capacities, and macroeconomic adjustments and South-South cooperation in West Africa. 2, improving financial mobilization and debt management, leveraging diaspora's contributions and fostering regional cooperation, green value chains, and digital trade in North Africa. All these recommendations are detailed in the reports, in the respective reports that are available online, produced by SROs following these meetings. And the final recommendation for ECA is to enhance South-South cooperation and to fast-track AFCFTA and push strategic planning and reporting for Agenda 2030 and Agenda 2063. For member states, the recommendations include: 1, modernizing statistics, improving infrastructure, and collaborating with the private sector and exchange expertise and knowledge related to trade policies and digitization in the two sub-regions. Actually, during that meeting, it was clear that countries from West and North Africa, there is a huge digital divide between these countries. You know, some of them are really very advanced in terms of digital systems. Some of them are less advanced. The second recommendation has to do with implementing sound fiscal policies, controlling inflation, enhancing sustainability, and diaspora's contributions through remittances and investments. And finally, member states committed to address climate change, to make efforts to address climate change and food security, use digital solutions in key sectors, and expand group initiatives. So I come to the end of this presentation of this report. I have my colleagues, directors of sub-regional offices here in the room if there is any question. Thank you.
Je vous remercie, M. Herrera, pour votre présentation. Vous avez respecté le temps. Merci pour votre appui. J'invite maintenant le directeur du bureau sous-régional de l'Afrique centrale, M. Jean-Luc Namegabe, à présenter le rapport oral sur les réunions sous-régionales préparatoires à la conférence des ministres africains des finances, de la planification et du développement économique. M. Namegabe, vous avez la parole.
Merci, Monsieur le Président, pour la parole et bon après-midi à tous les distingués délégués. My presentation will focus on the report of the sub-regional dialogues, which were organized by our sub-regional offices with the aim to socialize the theme of the Conference of Ministers and try and gather views coming from our sub-regions. As you can see on that slide, all our sub-regional offices organize the pre-com dialogues in multiple and diverse formats. All of us had a specific session during our IXO, our statutory meeting, where we discussed the implementation process of the FCFTA and draw some.
Est-ce que vous avez la traduction en français? Non. Donc on arrête jusqu'à ce qu'on aura la traduction. Ok, merci.
Il y a la traduction,
non? Non, in French.
FTA, aligning national laws and processes with the protocol itself. We need to address the inclusivity of the AFCFTA strategy, addressing issues actually and constraints affecting women, youth, and especially SMEs, which are the major part of our entrepreneur at sub-regional level. There is also an urgent need to address the energy bottlenecks, which are actually frustrating the industrialization process in Southern Africa. East Africa, the issue of adherence to international standard and promoting export for the sub-regional market was emphasized, but also the need to turn our transport corridor into arteries which would help actually fuel intra-regional trade. It was also underlined the need to strengthen the ecosystem for greater food security mainstreaming within the AFCFTA strategies. North Africa, the expert and participants called upon ECA to learn from the guided trade initiative and the challenges it's actually highlighting to try and address issues such as regulatory complexity, logistical constraint, and access to finance for SME. There is a need for all of us actually to share experience on the agreement implementation and beyond that, on developing the productive capacity so that we can also act on the supply side of the AFCFTA agreement. There is a need to integrate emerging issues such as environmental and climate considerations. ECA is actually responding to this already through the greening of our AFCFTA strategies in selected countries. As a cross-cutting challenges arising from the AFCFTA implementation between all the sub-regions, we can underline the misalignment between REX integration agenda and the AFCFTA strategy itself. Countries and sub-regions are moving at different speed in terms of implementing the AFCFTA strategies. That's why they need to learn from each other and see how we can move smoothly toward the implementation. Infrastructure issues, as I've said, and low harmonization of custom and trade procedures actually hampering trade facilitation should be addressed. There are multiple constraints in all the sub-regions actually affecting the private sector and the SMEs participation into the AFCFTA, and we need really to respond to these challenges. There is also a need to work on harmonizing policies toward accelerating the implementation of the agreement between sub-regions, and also there is a timid national political will which needs really actually to be strengthened so that we can domesticate at national level the agenda. Key policy options for an effective implementation of the AFCFTA as they emerge from our discussion at sub-regional level include investing in addressing non-tariff barriers and other trade facilitation issues and promote our corridors development to support intra-regional trade. We need also to promote market information system and economic intelligence to inform the implementation of the agenda. Digitalization, my colleague Adam talked about it. We need to integrate it as a broad trade facilitation strategy to move the AFCFTA agenda in our sub-region. Mainstreaming sustainability and inclusivity within the arrangement has been actually a cross-cutting issue, and this is a policy option which is emerging from all our sub-regional dialogue. We need to strengthen linkages between trade and industrialization strategies for better value addition for our product and develop our value chains to inform the overall process. Sustainable financing is another issue. We need to provide, to think about innovative financing ways which would allow our sub-region to implement their AFCFTA strategy. Lastly, 1, 2, 3 words, we need to accelerate the operationalization of the AFCA strategy because in every country we have put in place national committees. We need to strengthen their capacity and help them deliver on their mandate. We need to strengthen national and regional coordination, as I've said, involve much more REX in terms of supporting the implementation at national and sub-regional level. We need to continue building awareness and strengthening the capacity through campaigns and other programs for youth, women and SMEs. We need to continue developing infrastructure, which is the backbone for trade, and allocating sustainable financing means to support the implementation of the AFCFTA strategy. Digitalization needs to be strengthened, but also we need to set up a framework for security nexus and mobilize local community so that we can build AFCFTA, which are strategies which are owned by all the community. This is basically what emerged from our discussion at sub-regional level. My colleagues are here. We would be ready to respond to questions if they are there. Thank you very much.
Je remercie M. Namegabé de sa présentation succincte. Honorable délégué, le débat est ouvert, mais il n'est pas grand ouvert. Donc on va faire une liste, on va arrêter une liste comme on l'avait fait. Et j'espère qu'on va terminer parce que ces présentations, ils devraient se faire le matin. Donc on a puisé du temps qui nous a été réservé pour l'après-midi. On doit être solidaire, on dit l'essentiel s'il vous plaît. C'est intéressant ce que vous dites, mais il faut qu'on dise, on va droit au but. Merci beaucoup. Donc on ouvre le débat. Merci. S'il vous plaît, est-ce qu'on peut fermer la liste? Parce qu'on va fermer la liste. Donc, le Soudan. Est-ce qu'il y a le Soudan? Non, c'est les 4. Donc, on a 4 États membres. On a l'Érythrée. On a le Maroc. On a la Gambie.
Thank you, Chairperson.
On a c'est quoi là-bas? C'est la Somalie. La Somalie. Pour les observateurs. On a le 251. On ne voit pas bien. It's okay, 289. Okay. Donc le 251, le 289, le 197. Donc on arrête là. Donc le débat portera sur les 3 dernières présentations sur l'Institut africain de développement économique et de la planification, l'IDEP, et sur les 2 présentations que nous venons d'entendre. Donc, s'il vous plaît, si vous voulez qu'on finisse tôt, pour les gens qui jeûnent, on doit être solidaire. Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. I will be very brief and in supporting your guidance, Chairperson. Chairperson, I want to address while we commend and thank all presenters for the enriching presentation, I want to address in a very brief way IDEP, an inquiry. We have seen a very broad and wide outreach, and a lot of beneficiaries are benefiting from the training. And training capacity building is always dear to our heart, because without knowledge and without capacity, nothing could be meaningful. Chairperson, just if I was thinking, if the EDEP provides necessity-based or tailor-made training for member states in consultation with the member states, or if it is general, the training, maybe for specific countries according to their necessities, it would be more effective and impactful if it's necessity-based. So I would thinking just to inquire if they do have such kind of necessity-based tailor-made trainings, Chairperson. Thank you.
Merci, distingué délégué de l'Érythrée. Je donne la parole au Royaume du Maroc.
Monsieur le Président, je tiens tout d'abord à remercier l'ensemble des représentations qui ont été présentées aujourd'hui. Nous saisissons cette occasion pour exprimer notre profonde appréciation de l'étroite collaboration entre l'UNECA Nord-Afrique, l'IDEP et le Royaume du Maroc, à travers un partenariat renforcé et un appui sur plusieurs questions de développement et de renforcement de capacités. Nous tenons également à remercier Monsieur le directeur de la CEA Nord-Afrique pour sa présentation exhaustive, en particulier sur la question de la sécurité sous ses formes, sous ses différentes dimensions. En Afrique du Nord, de nombreux pays subissent l'impact croissant des changements climatiques et les fluctuations des marchés de l'énergie dans un contexte de transition économique et d'incertitude du commerce international. Cette dynamique exerce une pression considérable sur la sécurité alimentaire, énergétique et environnementale de la région. Afin d'anticiper ces défis et d'en atténuer les effets négatifs, nous encourageons la CEA à développer un programme de soutien intégré visant à accompagner les pays à travers la formation et le renforcement de capacités, l'accompagnement dans l'analyse de ces enjeux et dans l'identification des politiques les plus efficaces et adaptées à la spécificité de chaque pays. Enfin, je tiens à réaffirmer la volonté du Royaume du Maroc de partager son expertise dans ces domaines et de contribuer activement aux efforts régionaux pour une meilleure résilience face aux transformations en cours. Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Merci, distingué délégué du Royaume du Maroc. Donc nous passons la parole à la Gambie.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, once again for the opportunity. I also wish to thank the presenters for the valuable information they have shared. So I wish to start with the IDEP. Given the demand, from the presentation, we saw the surge in demand for capacity building. But at the same time, in the RECs, you have capacity building institutions. So I don't know how far does IDEP collaborate with direct capacity building institutions like MEFME, YFM, and so on, to deliver some of these important, capacity building deliveries. The second point is on the last presentation. So I noted that in terms of strengthening the, strengthening the role of ECOWAS and UEMOA in overseeing the after implementation. But in the ECOWAS, of course, that is the in the West Africa. So UEMOA is a subset in ECOWAS. But we have WAMI as well, which is also another subset in ECOWAS. So I'm wondering why WAMI is not also, used in overseeing the implementation of AFCFTA. The last one was on non-tariff barriers. So we saw this to be very central, one of which, of course, yesterday in the discussion, we talked about, the issue of person movement, or movement of person, so which is itself a barrier, and it's a non-tariff barrier, and some of other things. So, and it has been featured here again to be a key challenge in AFTA. There's non-tariff barriers. So I'm wondering also, ECA and AU, to, make a deliberate, policies towards this, to address the issue of non-tariff barriers in order to promote trade and realize the benefit of AFCFTA. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the opportunity.
Merci, distingué délégué de la Gambie. Donc, on passe au Soudan. Vous avez la parole.
Okay. Thank you, Chairperson. And also, I want to thank the distinguished delegates and also presenters. Those shares very important information with us. I don't have any question to ask, but I want to raise things concerning Sudan. As you know, Sudan has been facing critical circumstances related to the war ranging in the most part of the country, which lead to the killing, displacement, and homelessness, and also made a massive destruction of agriculture, industry, and infrastructure. Therefore, we would like to ask the United Nations agencies and also African Union for extending their hands to restore Sudan to its normal position among the African countries. And also, we want them to work with Sudan in a smooth spirit to achieve stability and to provide financing and technical and institutional support to the many sectors and fields and issues, especially to improve the environment for citizen life, and to reform health institutions, and to fulfill the obligations for the African Continental Free Trade Area, and to fulfill the 2063 SDGs. And for this reason, we would like to see Sudan in a strategic framework for the years 2025 to 2029. Thank you.
Merci, distingué délégué du Soudan. Donc, on donne la parole à la Somalie. À vous la parole. Merci.
Thank you, Chair. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. Somalia is committed for the implementation of Africa Free Trade Protocols, including the harmonization of customs. For the harmonization, we have made a remarkable progress in strengthening cross-border collaboration with our neighboring countries, including Kenya. We have recently launched a project for the cross-border collaboration with Ethiopia, Somalia, and Kenya, and we have made a good improvement. Despite progress, challenges and security persist, as well as the problems from the infrastructure, including the roads, as well as the other trade facilities. We have also other key initiatives we have taken, including the establishment of Somali National Bureau of Statistics. This will be part for the strengthening our capacity for the harmonization process of the customs. Mr. Chair, we have to eliminate the tariffs for the goods within the African continent. We have the capacity to export different, grains as well as the other products from African member states. But we have, to eliminate the tariffs. The tariff was one of the problems currently we are facing. If one country cannot, export their products to other countries, so harmonization was the really very critical point. For the climate change, building resilient infrastructure is imperative to withstand climate change impacts and mitigate future risks, as well as the disaster risk management measures. The regional cooperation and African investment and private sector participation are key also for building a stronger trade for Africa. And now we are making a harmonization for our data management systems, as well as the immigration. Thank you so much.
Merci, distingué délégué de la Somalie. Donc on donne la parole à Madame Nadia Chitchab, Université de l'Algérie. À vous la parole.
Ça ne fonctionne pas. Merci, Monsieur le Président. Je tiens tout d'abord à remercier les représentants de la CEA pour les brillants travaux présentés et tous les efforts déployés pour la construction de la ZLECAf. Dans ce sens, et si vous le permettez, Monsieur le Président, nous souhaitons faire une proposition pour l'élaboration d'une feuille de route d'intégration, d'alignement des politiques économiques africaines sur les objectifs de la CEA et de l'Union africaine, dans l'objectif, bien sûr, d'un meilleur ancrage, d'un ancrage efficient et durable de la ZLECAf. Cette feuille de route, aujourd'hui, est indispensable pour une convergence des politiques économiques. Nous souhaitons que cette politique soit basée sur 5 piliers stratégiques. Le premier pilier, c'est le cadre, créer aujourd'hui un cadre politique intégrateur qui reposera particulièrement sur 2 opérations. C'est d'abord l'adoption d'un référendum commun pour une meilleure synchronisation avec l'agenda de 2063. Et le deuxième, c'est désigner aujourd'hui des cellules d'intégration interministérielle appuyées par les bureaux sous-régionaux de la CEA. Le deuxième pilier, c'est des mécanismes opérationnels. Ils ont été débattus. Il s'agira bien sûr des suivis, des indicateurs, des financements. Je ne rentrerai pas dans les détails. Le troisième, la même chose, c'est un pilier qui permettra l'intégration sectorielle prioritaire, en particulier de l'industrie du numérique et de tout le secteur financier. Le dernier sur lequel j'insiste, et estimant qu'il n'a pas été suffisamment traité, c'est aujourd'hui le renforcement des capacités académiques. Nous souhaitons que soit créé un diplôme panafricain de politique économique intégrée et pourquoi pas former des experts dans ces nouvelles spécialités. Et un deuxième point est important concernant le renforcement des capacités académiques, c'est de créer aujourd'hui des guides d'alignement législatif sectoriel. Pour terminer, le dernier pilier, c'est la gouvernance adaptative. À partir de cette feuille de route d'alignement des politiques économiques, on pourra dire que tout simplement la transformation structurelle de l'Afrique est en marche. Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Merci, Madame, pour votre intervention. Donc, je passerai la parole au Forum africain sur la dette et le développement.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Afshin Nazir, representing the African Forum and Network on Debt and Development, AFRODET. I'd like to thank the Secretariat and the presenters for the informative and elaborate presentations. I have a comment on the issue of public debt raised based on the work that we have been doing. The first presenter has rightly pointed out the concerning issue of a rise in public debt levels. Public debt in Africa had reached $1.8 trillion as of 2022, and statistics have pointed out an increase of 183% in debt levels in the span of only a decade. This has been accompanied by a 132% increase in interest payments. In part, this is attributable to the evolving creditor landscape, as there's an increase in private lending with high interest rates and a decrease in official lending over the past years. While the causes of rising public debt across the continent have been cited here as high public spending, weak domestic resource mobilization, and limited access to international funding, our research and advocacy work has highlighted that the problem is more complex than this. At the heart of the debt crisis is a broken global financial architecture characterized by unequal representation of African countries at the international financial institutions, secrecy around debt contraction and management, over-reliance on primary commodity exports and finished goods imports, lack of regulation of credit rating agencies, exploitative lending practices, amongst several other factors. Additionally, there is lack of an internationally binding legal framework on sovereign debt, which leaves room for uncertainty. Such a framework is crucial because while the state of public debt is a manifestation of several economic, social, and political factors, ultimately it is the legal foundations of public debt that operationalize its existence and influence its trajectory. It is due to this broken global architecture that past debt cancellation efforts have only yielded fruit in the short term. A lasting solution, we believe, lies in understanding these complexities beyond national level and in addressing broader issues at global, continental, and national level to reform the global financial architecture. Chair, I submit.
Merci Madame pour votre intervention. Donc je donne la parole au Congrès des syndicats de la Namibie. À vous la parole.
Thank you very much. Chair, allow me to join the chorus of thanking the organizers for good hospitality and presenters for presenting a very comprehensive reports and positions. However, allow me to highlight the FFD4 that development should be human-centered, whereby it prioritizes two very important aspects, which is decent work and social protection. These are entrenched in SDG 8 and SDG 1, which cannot be implemented without strengthening capacity that was already said throughout the discussion, which is supported by SDG 17. It is very important for us to note that there is no trade without labor. And we have seen throughout all the presentation, the word labor and the labor standard is missing. And that need to be put in various documents so that we cannot separate labor from trade. Social protection should not be seen as a loss or expenditure, but it's investment, because all what we are discussing here is supposed to trickle down to improve the livelihood of the people. So it's very important for us to ensure that social protections also form basis of our policy positions, and it should not be left for private sector. It should be core mandate of the state. So the state have to make sure that all the developmental agendas are being driven by them with assistance of private sectors. I submit comment.
Merci beaucoup pour votre intervention. Donc, je donne la parole à l'Union panafricaine de la jeunesse.
Okay, thank you so much. My name is Dr. Imbeskan Tarrakain from Model African Union, Ethiopia. So, as many of us know, the African Continental Free Trade area is established in 2018. So, its aim is, when we see in practice, it aims to establish a free trade area, not to charge import tariffs. So if the African Continental Free Trade Area concerned, so my question is on regarding the balance between the ambitious African Continental Free Trade Area, specifically with the idea of the removal of taxes or any charges with import with that of the country's interest in increasing the domestic resource mobilization. So balancing the ambitious African continental free trade area, particularly the removal of tariffs on 90% of the goods traded within the continent, with the individual countries' interest in increasing domestic resource mobilization, is really a critical area. So it's a critical challenge. So I really want to see how countries are really interested to balance. I have been the chance to be part of in different sessions that aim to enhance countries' domestic resource mobilization. So how do countries are really entertain this idea? If there is no tariff, charge from some goods, how many African countries are interested to welcome this idea? So I want to hear for the general discussion, how do we really balance the need to remove tariff or charges on commodities or goods, and the need for increasing the internal domestic resource mobilization. Thank you so much.
Merci, monsieur, pour votre présentation. Donc, on passe la parole à l'Union panafricaine de la jeunesse.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Mutesi Oliver, Vice President, East African Region, Pan-African Youth Union. Mine is to thank the ECA for championing the youth voices on the continent level through partnering with the Pan-African Youth Union, which is a continental body that brings together all youth councils and youth coordinating organizations in different countries. Our organization is hosted by Government of Morocco, and we want to thank the ECA for moving this journey with us. During the Summit of the Future, the Executive Secretary of ECA sat with us for 3 hours at this very place, making sure that the young people's voices are heard, and they were being captured that were presented at the main event, and the outcome documents were presented on the soft outcome documents and the websites. The ECA also is partnering with the Pan-African Youth Union to host the youth event this very weekend on Saturday, to make sure that young people's voices are heard and are captured. So we want to thank you for making sure that these policies are captured and they're disseminated to young people. As you all know, young people are the biggest population on the continent. If they cannot understand these policies, it means the population will not understand these policies well. So I want to commend ECA for doing that great job, and specifically the Executive Secretary, who is always sparing time to sit with young people, to take us through, and making sure that young people understand these policies and they go back home. They also, because most of these young people we meet are leaders. When they go back home, they take this information to fellow young people. So I want to thank the ECA for that. Also, the ECA is going to have this pre-event in Uganda on ARFSD to make sure that young people's voices are heard. And I want to request member states to facilitate their young people to come and participate, giving their voices so that they are captured in the main document that is going to be presented to the Ministers' Forum. Thank you so much. That was from the Pan-African Youth Union on behalf of the young people on the continent.
Merci à vous, merci pour votre présentation. Donc rapidement, on donne la parole au présentateur pour répondre aux questions. Rapidement, s'il vous plaît. S'il y a des questions qui ont été omises, donc les honorables délégués peuvent vous envoyer au secrétariat avoir des réponses. Merci.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. En ce qui concerne les... D'abord, merci à tous les honorables délégués qui ont soit posé des questions, soit fait des commentaires. Et comme le Président l'a dit, je suis disponible, et mes collègues sont là aussi, à discuter de ces points plus en détail suite à la session. Mais très rapidement, en ce qui concerne la question de l'Érythrée et le fait de savoir... Eritrea, so I'll switch to English. Your question about whether or not we are providing tailor-made courses. Actually, we have both. We have courses that are open to whoever wants to register, and we have tailor-made courses that we design together with the entity that requests, and in general, it is either member states or regional economic communities. But in the context of the new strategic framework that we will be launching this year and that will be running up to 2029, we will have another level of offer of capacity development offer. We will sort of create profiles, group of countries with the same needs so that we can address them more efficiently, because an open course may be too open and too generic, and a tailor-made will only focus. We cannot go to 54 countries to do tailor-made. So the idea is to try to have packages and to address needs, for example, middle-income countries, landlocked countries. Depending on the areas, we will have different profiles of countries and we will address them together. Merci au Maroc pour son commentaire sur l'IDEP, et ça me donne l'occasion de dire à nos honorables délégués que à l'IDEP, nous n'aimons pas les communications dans un sens unique. C'est-à-dire que, évidemment, nous avons une offre de formation et de renforcement de capacité que nous donnons au pays, mais nous sommes persuadés que tous vos pays ont des talents et nous aimerions bénéficier davantage des talents de vos pays pour les impliquer dans nos travaux. En ce qui concerne la Gambie et la demande sur les REX, etc., oui, nous travaillons avec un certain nombre d'institutions régionales, MEFMI, TRAPCA, SAMI, etc., mais je dirais que nous allons le faire de manière beaucoup plus structurée. Je vais m'arrêter là, Président, parce qu'il y a beaucoup d'autres questions, mais je serai ravie offline de discuter avec tous nos délégués. Merci.
Je vous félicite, Madame, pour être concise. Donc, Monsieur Elharifa.
Okay, thanks, Mr. Chair. I would just respond to one specific question raised by the delegate from Sudan. We in the sub-regional office for North Africa, covering Sudan among other countries, have worked with the UN country team in Sudan, Port Sudan, on issues of post-conflict recovery and development. Actually, we developed a framework, an institutional and policy framework for post-conflict recovery and development, focusing on the transition from humanitarian to medium and short and medium term development. So we will definitely share this with the government, and we also plan to continue to work to support Sudan. By the way, the experience we have had in the Office of North Africa over the last 4 years on supporting countries like Sudan to build their tax capacity and enhance tax revenue is really a good example that we started to replicate immediately after Sudan got into war. We started to replicate this experience with other countries such as Libya and Mauritania. As I said yesterday, and this is really very important, if we have, on average, globally, tax GDP ratio is about 31%. In Africa, just look at the tax GDP ratio for your country. If you are below that average, then there is a lot of work to do at home. So we did support Sudan over 4 years, and it was very high-level support made possible by commitment from two sides, from Sudan and from Egypt. The Prime Minister of Egypt with 2 ministers were involved in this program of supporting Sudan to develop its tax system, administration, policy, and so on. So we organized tens of seminars and workshops in Egypt. And I think, I said yesterday, it was very impactful for Sudan. And we have a report available on our website. It was also proved to be impactful for Libya. And we are bringing another country in North Africa with a good tax system, Morocco, also to support other countries to learn from these experiences. And we really found that countries can easily understand and replicate the experience of neighboring countries rather than looking at the experience of UK or Germany or so on. So we will continue to support Sudan from the office in North Africa. Thank you.
To respond to 2 or 3 comments. The first one is to continue underlining the commitment of ECA through its sub-regional offices to continue working on the non-tariff barriers in tandem with the tariff escalation, the tariff reduction, so that we advance the AFCFTA commitment. On the voicing the youth, we have been very affirmative on this, not only making sure that the youth is part and parcel of all the meetings and gathering we are organizing and dialogues on the AFCFTA, but also supporting youth entrepreneurs, integrating them into regional value chains. In Central Africa, we have a project in Central Africa Republic, actually focusing on youth integration in regional value chain and the support they need in collaboration with UNCTAD in Geneva. Beyond that, we have a community of practices which include youth and try to gather their concerns so that they are voiced properly within the dialogue on the AFCFTA. The role of REX, Regional Economic Community, ECOWAS, UMOA, CEMAC, CEAC, we intend really to build a coalition where all of us, all these institutions, REX, civil society, entrepreneur, will be all together to make sure we advance this agenda of the AFCFTA, addressing all the constraints we have actually presented here. The very last comment I would like to make is related to this interesting discussion related to tariff reduction and domestic resource mobilization. In Central Africa, while advocating and building awareness for the AFCFTA, we conducted a study, an empirical study, trying to assess the impact of the AFCFTA on fiscal revenue collection. And we will say that there are differentiation between effects of short-term and long-term. While we know that if the internal fiscality is actually reorganized, in long-term, our countries will gain. The net advantage of being part of the AFCFTA is clear. Using the econometric model in Central Africa, we have demonstrated this, and the study can be shared with delegates if needs be. So we commit to continue supporting our countries on this, and I hope we'll be joined with others so that it's a holistic coalition to advance the AFCFTA. Thank you, Chair.
Merci pour vos réponses. Donc, honorable délégué, nous allons à présent passer aux 2 dernières questions statutaires. Si vous constatez, ce sont les deux présentations que nous allions, avec lesquelles nous allions commencer notre après-midi. Donc, je vous souhaite bon après-midi. Donc, on commence par la première, sur la mise en œuvre du programme d'action de Vienne en faveur des pays en développement sans littoral pour la décennie 2014-2024 qui sera présenté par Francis Iconi, chef de section de la gestion du programme. Et la seconde concerne le rapport sur les progrès accomplis dans la mise en œuvre des domaines prioritaires du programme d'action de Doha en faveur des pays les moins avancés en Afrique, sera présenté par la directrice de la division de la macroéconomie, des finances et de la gouvernance, Madame Susanna Schwidorowski. Donc j'invite maintenant Monsieur Iconi à prendre la parole. S'il vous plaît, pour les présentateurs, tout le monde a reçu les documents, donc il faut aller droit aux recommandations, s'il vous plaît, dans vos présentations. Merci.
Thank you very much, Chair. Honorable delegates, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, I will be presenting the report on the implementation of the Vienna Programme of Action for landlocked developing countries for the decade 2014 to 2024, which is captured in the document referenced E/CA/COE/43/18. Since the delegates, honorable delegates, and everyone else has the report, I would definitely not go into details. I will just present the main highlights. Okay. Okay, and let me start by doing a light introduction on the VPOA. It is one of the three main global special programs intended to address the peculiar challenges faced by certain categories or a certain category of states. There is the Vienna Programme of Action. Then we have the Samoa Pathway Program, which is focusing on small island developing states. And then we have the Doha Programme of Action, which speaks to least developed countries. The focus here is on LLDCs that face peculiar challenges because of their lack of access to coastlines, which render them particularly uncompetitive compared to other countries that have access to the sea. They have to rely on the goodwill of maritime countries for them to survive. So they've continued to face challenges, and the program is intended to address that. The VPO is actually the second 10-year program. The first one was Almaty, which started in 2004 up to 2010, and then there was the Vienna Programme of Action, which ended actually in last year, December. And there has been the adoption of a new program, a successor program, which is known as the New Programme of Action for Landlocked Developing Countries. Just to clarify that the names of these programs derive from where they are adopted. The new program, unfortunately, the conference, the third conference, global conference on landlocked developing countries, had to be postponed twice. It was initially built for Kigali in June 2024, but had to be postponed to December with Botswana offering to host, but with the transition and the need for the government to settle in, they also had to withdraw. But the program now would be held between the 5th and the 10th of August, during which time we would know the exact country and the name of the program. But the program has been adopted, like I said, by the General Assembly, and it has 5 priority areas, namely Priority area 1, as you see on the screen, is on structural transformation and science, technology and innovation. Priority area 2 on trade facilitation, regional integration. And priority area 3 would be focusing on transit, transport, connectivity, and connectivity rather. Priority area 4 would focus on enhancing adaptive capacity, strengthening resilience, and reducing vulnerability. And priority area 5 would focus on means of implementation, leveraging on strategic partnerships, both within and outside the continent. It's important to note that ECA played a key role in developing the successor program to the VPOA by co-convening the African Regional Consultative Conference in Gaborone, which resulted in the Gaborone outcome document, which articulated Africa LLDC specific prior concerns that found their way into the new framework. ECA has also, over the years and the duration of the VPOA, continued to make major contributions to the Secretary General's annual report to the General Assembly on the VPOA. There are other interventions that we would see as we proceed with the presentation. Now, before we get into the details of the presentation, it is important to look at where the landlocked countries, African landlocked countries, are coming from. That's where they stood in 2014 rather, and where they found themselves by the time the program was drawing to an end. There are just a few social and economic development indicators that we would speak to. In terms of foreign direct investment, for instance, in 2024, the average for LLDC stood at some $7.4 billion. By 2023, there's been an increase to 10.5 billion USD. Inflation it's been worrying for the LLDCs, like with many other African countries. In 2014, it stood at 5.5%. By 2024, it's averaging somewhere around 9.6%. The average GDP growth rate, it has continued to fluctuate, with some countries doing well, while others continue to struggle. We'll not go into specifics. The details are contained in the main report. Food security or food insecurity continues to be a major challenge for LLDCs, like for the rest of the continent. We are talking about some 57.7% average between 2021 and 2023, a prevalence of what we call moderate or severe food insecurity amongst LLDCs. In the area of the Human Development Index, almost all African LLDCs improved their HDI performance or scores, with Botswana, that went from a medium to high HDI score. And then you have Eswatini, Uganda, and Zimbabwe, that went from low to medium HDI. So the glass rather is half full and not half empty as we get ready to commence the implementation of the successor plan. With regards to now we begin to look at the performance of LLDCs in the priorities of the VPOA. And here we start with infrastructure development and maintenance. And it's worth noting that there's been notable progress amongst LLDCs, including the development of corridors. Corridors are important for all African countries, but particularly so for LLDCs, because since they don't have access to the sea, they need these corridors to be able to get to the transit countries and then to the coastlines of these transit countries. So one major corridor is that provided by the Lamu port. That's the Lamu corridor. There are also developments with regards to the development of special economic zones in a number of LLDCs, including Ethiopia, our host country. And then there are also one-stop border posts, including the one between Kenya and South Sudan. The other area, we note how important internet access is in the digital world that we are living. So with regards to that, internet access increased from 15.6% in 2014 to 39.2% in 2023. But it is important to note that it is still below the global average, which stands at some 67.4%. Electricity access in LLDCs on average increased from 24.6% in 2014 to 38.2% in 2022, but progress remained mixed, with some LLDCs doing very well and others struggling. With regards to domestic with payment systems, which continues to be a challenge, 7 African LLDCs, fortunately, have been able to develop domestic instant payment systems, and cross-border payment systems were also in place in 2 countries, namely Central Africa and Southern Africa. Overall, it's important to observe that soft and hard infrastructure are crucial to enhance the competitiveness of African products, and particularly the products of LLDCs, for them to be able to reap the full benefits of the AFCFTA. With regards to international trade and trade facilitation, it's useful to observe that LLDCs accounted for just 0.32% of world merchandise trade in 2024, and by 2023, it went down rather to 0.3%. Importantly also, the share of African LLDCs in global services trade declined from 0.31 in 2014 to 0.29% in 2023. Most African landlocked developing countries remained net importers of goods and services during the period 2014 and 2023. Average implementation rate of trade facilitation measures increased across board in the LLDCs. It's important to put a caveat here that the performance and the figures here, the performance vary because the aggregation kind of conceals the differences in performance and realities. But the details are contained in the report. With regards to regional integration and cooperation, there are 2 elements that we have looked at here, namely air transport and the AFCFTA framework. With regards to the air transport, as of February 2025, some 38 countries, including 13 LLDCs, had signed up to the solemn commitment on SATAM, covering over 80% of, with the potential to cover over 80% of Africa's aviation market. SATAM is set to boost African economies, particularly landlocked nations, by promoting intra-African trade, tourism, investment, and free movement of people and services. And with regards to the flagship initiative, that's the AFCFTA, the ECA, alongside the strategic partners, have helped some 13 landlocked countries to develop their national AFCFTA implementation strategies. The countries are listed there, and there are 3 LLDC, African LLDC, national AFCFTA strategies that are currently being developed with the support of ECA and its partners. If we look at the whole picture, we realize that almost, in short, all the 16 landlocked countries on the continent are actively engaged in ensuring that they implement the AFCFTA, and understandably so because of their challenging realities. The liberalization agenda articulated in the AFCFTA would benefit all the countries of the continent, but the landlocked countries, if I dare say, need trade liberalization more than any other country because of their lack of access to the coastline. With regards to the important dimension or issue of structural transformation, African LLDCs experienced a mixed progress in diversifying their exports. There was improvement. 9 countries improved their scores, while 7 worsened their scores. And when we are talking about scores here, we are looking at 2 main indicators or indexes, namely the export concentration index and the productive capacities index. The countries that have improved, that have high export concentration index, the LLDCs that have a high concentration, export concentration scores in the index is an indication that their economies are less diversified. That those that have a lower score it's an indication that they are doing well in efforts to diversify their economies. With regards to productive capacity index, the graph there would show those countries that have a high score. It shows that they have diversified their economies. There's less concentration on fewer products. Then those that have lower scores, it shows that they still have a high concentration on a few export products. So enhancing productive capacity can reduce dependence on narrow range of exports and lessen vulnerability to negative external shocks. There is the important issue of means of implementation. And in this regard, we speak to 2 main issues, namely foreign direct investment and public debt. And with regards to FDI, FDI flows into African LLDCs rose from 0.54% of the global total in 2014 to 0.79 in 2023. Ethiopia and Uganda, as you see in the graph, emerged as the leading recipients among African LLDCs, collectively accounting for about 59% of total inflows. With regard to public debt, between 2014 and 2023, public debt as a percentage of GDP increased in 14 of the 16 LLDCs. And as of October 2024, 4 African LLDCs were in debt distress and 4 were at high risk of debt distress. It's important to note that a lot of resources that would otherwise go towards the implementation of the SDGs and Agenda 2063 are actually being diverted towards the debt servicing, and which it's an additional challenge for the LLDCs. With regards now to come to the conclusion and recommendations, and here we are saying African LLDCs with the support of ECA and development partners may want to focus on stronger partnerships, first between African LLDCs and transit countries, but with the broader global environment to implement regional infrastructure projects and reduce trade costs. Foreign direct investment, there's need foreign direct investment and promotion of domestic investment is in renewable energy and infrastructure to drive economic growth and job creation is critical. But it's important to underscore that with the dynamics we see in the global environment, dependence on external sources of funding, even for LLDCs, might be a bit challenging. So there is a need to prioritize domestic resource mobilization, as earlier conversations during this meeting have underscored repeatedly. There's need to also focus on increased financial and technical assistance from international community. Again, the issue of self-reliance is key here, even as we still count on the international community. The AFCFTA strategies in the LLDCs to foster industrialization and promote regional value chains and industrial clusters with a focus on high growth areas and digital solutions. As we saw, all the 16 LLDCs have developed or are about to develop national implementation strategies. It is one thing to develop them, but the most important thing and the most critical need is to implement these strategies. And ECA would continue to accompany these, the LLDCs to ensure that these strategies are implemented. There is need to focus on innovative solutions, best practices, and strategic partnerships that will accelerate the continent's transition, and especially the LLDC's transition to a low carbon and climate resilient future. So I think that's about the last slide, and thank you very much for your kind attention.
Merci, Monsieur Ikome, pour votre présentation. Je vous remercie pour avoir accéléré. Donc, honorable délégué, avant de donner la parole à Madame Susanna, le secrétariat vient de m'informer qu'il y a une vidéo en relation avec la présentation de Monsieur Ikome qui sera présentée par Madame Rahab Fatima, le secrétaire général adjointe et autres représentantes pour les pays les moins avancés, les pays sans littoral et les petits États insulaires en développement. Merci.
Excellencies, Executive Secretary, distinguished delegates, I thank the Chair of the Conference of Ministers and the Executive Secretary of the Economic Commission for Africa for inviting me to address this important event. This ministerial session comes at a pivotal time, focusing on priorities of Africa's sustainable development, the implementation of the African Continental Free Trade Area, digitalization, technology, food security, and energy transformation. These are also critical priorities for the world's 92 most vulnerable countries, the least developed countries, the landlocked developing countries, and the small island developing states which my office supports. Among them, 39 are in Africa, and we continue to face severe challenges in achieving the SDGs, including food insecurity, high poverty levels, climate vulnerabilities, worsening debt burdens and shrinking fiscal space, and declining FDI and ODA. Overcoming these challenges requires a comprehensive and synergistic approach at all levels, at the global, regional, and national levels. By aligning the Doha Program of Action for LDCs, the new Program of Action for the LLDCs, and the Antigua and Barbuda Program of Action for the CIS, with the 2063 agenda, the African Continental Free Trade Program, and other key African development frameworks, we can create stronger linkages between global commitments and regional priorities, ensuring impactful and lasting change on the ground. Allow me, Excellencies, to highlight a few specific thoughts in this regard. First, the programs of actions and the African CFTA together can unlock new economic opportunities and strengthen intra-African trade. International trade is a priority area under the Doha Program of Action, while trade facilitation is central to the new Program of Action for the LDCs adopted last December. With 16 African countries being landlocked developing countries, the upcoming third United Nations Conference on LDCs, expected to be held in Turkmenistan this August, will be a unique opportunity to advance trade connectivity and regional integration. I urge strong participation from African leaders in the conference to shape a forward-looking agenda. Secondly, achieving Africa's development goals under Agenda 2063 and other key initiatives such as NEPAD and PIDA requires scaled-up private investment in infrastructure financing. My office is advancing these efforts through active engagement with IFIs, RDBs, and NIGA to mobilize capital and de-risk investments, and then through the LDC's International Investment Support Center to facilitate investment flows, the LDC's Infrastructure Investment Finance Facility, and the CIS Global Business Network. These initiatives are driven by the 3 programs of action which serve as strategic roadmaps to accelerate the SDGs and drive tangible, transformative impacts for the world's most vulnerable countries. Thirdly, with Africa's youth population growing rapidly, investing in education, skills development, and entrepreneurship is a key focus of all African development frameworks. And the 3 programs of action that we have been talking about for the LDCs, LLDCs, and the SIDS directly contribute to this effort, including through the goal of establishing an online university for LDCs to expand access to quality learning and employment opportunities for the burgeoning youth population in these countries. Fourthly, digitalization is recognized as a key enabler of economic transformation across the continent. The 3 programs of action are also supporting this cause through strategic partnerships, such as with the Technology Bank for LDCs and the Partner to Connect initiative with the International Telecommunication Union, ITU. Significant investments are already being mobilized to expand digital infrastructure, lower costs, and enhance digital skills across Africa. These efforts must be scaled up and integrated to ensure universal and affordable connectivity. Strengthening digital infrastructure excellencies and access is essential to unlocking economic opportunities, to enhance trade, and drive sustainable development in the most vulnerable countries. Finally, the 4th International Conference on Financing for Development, the FFD4, to be held in Seville in June, presents a once-in-a-decade opportunity to mobilize the scale of financing required to implement global and regional development agendas effectively. For African countries which face challenges like those of many LDCs, LLDCs, and SIDS, this is a critical moment to advance key financing priorities in debt sustainability, multidimensional vulnerability and concessional funding, and climate finance. This ministerial meeting offers a timely opportunity to identify key financing priorities for African countries and align them with F54 negotiations. It is essential that Africa's voice is strongly reflected in the F54 discussions to ensure that financial commitments effectively respond to the continent's needs. My office remains fully engaged in advocating for an ambitious and concrete outcome of the F54 that reflects Africa's priorities. And we remain committed to strengthen our partnership and collaboration with Africa through ECA and other partners. I thank you very much.
Merci. Et donc, je donne la parole à Madame Susanna pour nous présenter son rapport. Merci. À vous la parole.
Thank you, Chair, and many thanks to participants. So this is another activity that is in the macroeconomic, led from the macroeconomic division, but of course in cooperation with all other parts of the ECA. So we will be talking about the least developed countries specifically, and the group was established in 1971 by the United Nations, and at that time they were defined as countries confronting severe structural impediments that are low income, and severe structural impediments to sustainable development. In the last triennial review, which took place actually last year, the threshold was 1,306 GNI per capita, and then 66 on the human asset index comprising of indicators of health and education, and then economic and environmental vulnerability index, again 32 or below. So it's not only about income, but it's about these environmental and economic vulnerabilities and human assets, so those three together. So as of today, and I think we heard that in the previous speech, that there are 44 least developed countries globally, and 32 of them are residing in Africa. So we see this major concentration, and not only by the number of countries, but also by the size of the countries. Graduation for African countries has been actually quite slow, because only 4 countries have left this category so far. First was Botswana in 1994, and then the last one last year was Sao Tome and Principe. So some countries have been recommended for graduation, but actually because of the vulnerabilities they have been experiencing, they ask for extension. So voluntarily they are staying in this group. There are also countries that could classify as least developed countries, but they actually didn't wish to be, part of this group. So how significant are the LDCs in the global economy? So again, 32 of the 44 least developed countries are in Africa. African LDCs account for 10% of the global population, so 1 out of 10 people in the world are in these countries, so that's significant. But at the same time, only less than 1% of global GDP. So again, another example of major global inequality that we can see. And they also account for less than 1% of global exports. At the same time, 40% of world's low-income population resides in these countries. Low-income population being defined as 100% of the national poverty line or less as an income. So that's major population. And here we have the groupings. So again, Sao Tome and Principe graduating, Djibouti, Senegal, Comoros wanting to stay, and then Rwanda, Uganda, Tanzania as being candidates for potential graduation, but they need to be, eligible again in 2027. So it's really important to say, so since 1971, situation has changed. So at that time, it was purely low-income countries, but today, LDCs are very varied group with different challenges. So one of them is by income. So we have middle-income countries that are part of this group. Most of them, actually, all of them are low and middle-income countries, and we have low-income countries. So 10 of the LDCs are middle-income. And similarly, 10 of the LDCs are resource-rich. And there is also overlap because several of the LDCs are also landlocked. So there is all sorts of angles we can be taken, and from that, follows that the policy recommendations and measures need to be also nuanced. When it comes to growth, there is not a major difference between the least developed countries and the other African countries. So that is very similar. And we talked about the growth yesterday, but the key challenge that really distinguishes this group is the limited resilience. So they often experience limited and volatile exports, mostly because the exports are concentrated in the primary commodities and therefore fluctuate with the commodity prices that fluctuate quite a bit. So their share in exports is very small. It's stabilized at, again, less than 1%, so exactly 0.65% between 2021 and 2023. And very, very marginal progress from the past 5 years. So this is a key challenge, and again, concentrated in low value adding primary and resource-based products. And the share of medium to high technology exports is less than 3% in the total exports of these countries. Currently, like the rest of African economies, and actually globally, this is a challenge, they are grappling with fiscal deficit. But there are major differences across countries. So some countries have successfully implemented fiscal consolidation, and the deficit is quite low, while in other countries it remains a challenge. Now the debt to GDP is also high, and again, this comes these days with very high borrowing or repaying costs due to the high interest rates on global and domestic markets. So insufficient climate finance follows from the depleted fiscal space domestically, and globally. And there is also another example of inequality, because Africa has contributed the least, but is the most affected by climate shocks, but the share of Africa in total climate finance is extremely low. Another challenge for least developed countries is the relatively low human capital assets. as a weakness. So here we are looking as one example, for example, the literacy rate. So we see the significant difference from the world average, where for the world the literacy rates of young people aged 15 to 24 are over 90%, but in Africa's LDCs they hover around between 70 and 80%, with some upward movements, but nevertheless there is still some gap to catch up. Now, Doha Program of Action, which currently covers the period 2022 to 2031, focuses on 6 key areas, and it's in close alignment with SDGs. Because again, this is more than half of African countries, and it will be very difficult to be trying to focus on SDGs and at the same time on these 6 focus areas are ultimately broken down to about 116 indicators. And SDGs have over 140 indicators. So again, there is a very close connection there. So first area is investing in people, eradicating poverty and building capacity. This goes hand in hand in leveraging science, technology, and innovation, because Africa has a great opportunity to leapfrog development in a number of areas. Supporting structural transformation remains a key challenge for decades. Some progress is being made, but of course this is a process that needs to continue. Then enhancing international trade of LDCs and regional integration. This is the core focus of this meeting, and it's particularly important to LDCs. And again, there are great differences across countries. So in East Africa, we observe a significant increase in trade and regional integration in last couple of years, but in some other regions, for example, there is a slower progress. Now, addressing climate change and degradation and building resilience, and of course increasing agricultural productivity, is a key challenge. And then more important than ever, mobilizing international solidarity and reinforcing international partnerships. So just focusing on the macroeconomic challenges that LDCs face, these are also opportunities. So one of them are high borrowing cost, climate shocks and fiscal deficits, and the worsened or relatively low tax to GDP ratio, which is below the African average. African average is 15%, but here we see in 2023 it was less than 12%. So the positive side is that there is a significant room, therefore, to increase the development finance through the domestic resource mobilization. SDG financing gap is substantial for this subgroup, so it's somewhere around $500 billion. We estimate for the entire Africa, it's about $1 trillion a year. And this is happening at the time of declining official assistance. So again, what it means that countries need to rely more on their domestic resources, which already are today the main source of development finance, and they also need to mobilize more of the private sector. So we also see the overall declining FDI, nevertheless FDI continues and strengthens in some strategic sectors. Remittances, there is a more positive story there, so they amount to over 100 or about 100 billion US dollars annually, which is above FDI, ODA. It's also higher than the illicit financial outflows that Africa experiences. And then the debt to GDP ratio is around 60%, so this is in line with other African countries. And again, solution to this challenge needs to be nuanced. So for the most vulnerable low-income countries, probably some time of debt relief, for others debt restructuring, debt reprofiling, but also addressing the structural reasons or challenges that have contributed to this. And major of them, one of them is actually the global financial architecture and how it approaches low-income and African countries. And ECA has done, under actually leadership of our Deputy Executive Secretary, has done a lot of work in this area. So then also there is another challenge, how to support structural transformation as a driver of prosperity. So one of the key areas was mentioned a number of times here already is closing the infrastructure gap. And that will be important for building the productive capacity, but hand in hand with developing the technological capacities and human capital. The diversification of exports, and again, the role of AFCFTA cannot be emphasized enough, given how high the share is of the manufactured exports already. 46% was mentioned several times. And then expanding access to energy. So for Africa, this really means just and sustainable transition. We have an economic report on Africa on it from last year, which explains in detail the need to balance addressing the gap and also move to renewable energy. So this is a unique challenge for Africa, given the very large share of very big electrification gaps. So just to summarize in a couple areas, what are the key challenges experienced by all African LDCs? So we have macro-fiscal with high debt servicing burden below the potential domestic resource mobilization, and hand in hand goes the inadequate climate finance for resilience. So despite of the $100 billion pledges by advanced economies, African LDCs received only 10 billion in 2022, far below the target. So again, this will need to be taken into account into strategies going forward, because in this current environment, private sector and role of MDBs in bringing in the private sector financing will play an important role. As far as structural challenges, we have the limited export capacity that we already mentioned, but again, big differences across countries. And then limited access to reliable energy. Also very important for African LDCs is the weak social protection system. So many low-income countries suffer from working poverty. Middle-income countries experience unemployment rates, but with insufficient social protection and also productive social protection. So during unemployment period, it's important to have access to retraining besides benefits, unemployment benefits. So what are some of the action areas from the point of view of this particular meeting to focus on? Strengthening domestic resource mobilization, deepening domestic capital markets, promoting public debt sustainability, and reforming global financial architecture. And as was already mentioned by colleagues in the morning and yesterday, these will also be feeding these areas into the financing for development in Sevilla in June and July this year. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup, Madame Susanna, pour votre présentation. Donc, honorable délégué, on va ouvrir le débat juste pour 15 minutes. Et le point 7 sera traité demain matin pour qu'on se libère un peu tôt. Et donc, si vous avez des questions, vous demandez si vous avez des questions. Les présentateurs sont là pour répondre, mais on n'a que 15 minutes parce qu'on doit terminer. Donc, si on va pas mettre de liste, on va choisir comme ça. OK. Et pour demain, on va commencer à 9h, s'il vous plaît. Parce on doit traiter le point 7. C'est un point important. Merci. Donc, on commence par le Sierra Leone. Distingué délégué du Sierra Leone, à vous la parole.
Thank you once more, Mr. Chairman. I want to thank the presenters very much, and my question relates to the first presentation on the landlocked countries. We note that as he was presenting, based on some of the indicators that he presented, it showed that there were mixed progress. For instance, on the issue of structural transformation, he mentioned about diversification of export. He showed mixed progress on that. I was wondering if, even though in his recommendations, he mentioned some of the issues he was recommending, like, for instance, promotion of domestic investment, increase in FDI, and technical assistance, all of that. But I was wondering, what are the specific reasons why this mixed progress? If they can come out clearly, because we are here to learn, to look at some of the challenges that countries have and see how people can relate to them. Thank you.
Thank you. On est fatigué. OK, on passe au Sierra Leone. Ah, OK. OK, merci, distingué délégué du Sierra Leone. Donc, on passe la parole au Togo. Merci.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président, d'avoir donné la parole au Togo. Je vais tout droit au sujet pour ne pas perdre du temps. Et notre intervention porte sur les pays sans littoral et apporter le témoignage de ce que font les pays d'Afrique de l'Ouest, qui sont des pays côtiers, en faveur de l'acheminement des marchandises à destination des pays de l'Interland. Et par rapport au texte communautaire de la CEDEAO sur le transit, les pays de la côte font un effort pour que l'acheminement rapide des marchandises se fasse dans les deux sens, en provenance et à destination des pays de l'Interland. Au chapitre de ces pays, le port autonome de Lomé, par exemple, port en eau profonde naturelle, assure la desserte des marchandises à destination des pays de l'Interland, comme le Mali, le Niger et le Burkina. Pour cela, le pays, qui se veut être un hub logistique d'excellence, a mis un puissant programme de digitalisation qui intègre, outre les douanes togolaises, les douanes des pays de destination, ce qui assure un transit fluide sans interruption. Je voudrais, Monsieur le Président, dire que si les pays côtiers font cet effort d'assurer la visibilité du commerce pour les pays de l'Interland, ces pays-là également font face à des problèmes importants d'entretien des routes et des différents corridors à destination de ces pays. C'est pourquoi nous voudrions saisir l'occasion de cette tribune pour dire que les pays côtiers qui assurent cet effort méritent également l'attention et l'accompagnement de la communauté internationale, parce qu'ils font face à des entretiens importants des différents corridors routiers. Je vous remercie, Monsieur le Président.
Merci, distingué délégué du Togo. Donc, on passe la parole au Mozambique. À vous la parole.
Thank you, Chair. I will also be very brief. My intervention has to do with the landlocked countries. My question is the following. What is ECA planning to do to ensure that African LLDCs fully benefit from the African Continental Free Trade Area, particularly in terms of diversifying their economies and integrating into regional and global value chain? Thank you.
Merci beaucoup pour votre intervention. On passe la parole à l'Eswatini. À vous la parole.
Thank you very much, Chair, for giving us the floor. My intervention will be on the first presentation with regards to the implementation of the Vienna Program of Action. Chair, may I first start by commending the presenter for the report, and we could tell from the statistics that were presented that indeed African countries are making a lot of progress with regards to the FDI and the Human Development Index. Chair, I wanted to pose a question on the infrastructure development, particularly the support that is provided by ECA on the one-stop border post that was presented during the session where ECA was supporting Kenya and South Sudan with the development of the one-stop border post. I wanted to find out from ECA the extent to which the support they are providing in terms of improving the soft and hard infrastructure. What kind of hard infrastructure are they providing, and what kind of soft infrastructure are they providing? My second question will be around regional integration and cooperation. To pass our gratitude to ECA with regards to the support that they continue to extend to our respective countries with regards to the development of the AFCFTA implementation strategies and action plan, and further implore them or request them to even provide the support towards the implementation of the strategies that they develop rather than making them good documents. So we request that they continue to provide the support for the implementation of the same. Thank you very much, Chair, for giving us this opportunity to intervene.
Merci, distingué délégué de l'Eswatini. Donc on passe la parole à la Gambie.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, for yet another opportunity. I wish to thank the presenters as well for giving us very good information. This is perhaps on a lighter note. We have seen a presentation on Vienna Program of Action for landlocked countries, and then Doha for LCDs. Well, we have, of course, I think there is also mention about small island countries. But we have other small countries also, you know, which are kind of surrounded completely by other countries. So do we need also to have action program for them? Because they do have some specific challenges as well. Thank you.
Merci pour votre intervention, distingué délégué de la Gambie. Donc, je donnerai la parole au distingué délégué du Nigeria. À vous la parole.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I salute the presenters for excellent presentation. My question has to do with the last presentation on LDC countries. Among the challenges listed facing these countries, I want to zero in on the rising debt stock.
And you will agree with me that it is not just peculiar to LDCs, it cut across most countries in Africa. And you will also agree with me that this has constrained, fiscal space and is adding to all the structural issues that we have in the economy. I want to find out, Mr. Chair, what ECA is doing in terms of debt rescheduling and negotiation. Thank you.
Merci pour votre intervention. Donc, je donnerai la parole au Haut Commissariat des Nations Unies aux droits de l'homme. À vous la parole.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Since yesterday, we've talked about the role of youth and women entrepreneurs in trade and in the implementation of AFCFTA. We also mentioned just earlier the low human capital assets, skills development, and so on and so forth. But I observe that when we talk about these issues, it's usually with the usual suspects: Ministry of Trade, Ministries of Economy, Finance, as it is the case today. And I wonder, or rather, it's a recommendation both to ECA and to member states. I'm hoping that we will find a way to systematically engage those other administrations that are also, or whose mandate it is to work on and with these particular groups in order to systematically integrate these needs right at the onset, that is right during the design of AFCFTA policies, both at the national and at the regional level. Thank you.
Merci à vous. Honorable délégué, je crois qu'on est arrivé au terme de nos travaux pour aujourd'hui. On laissera le point 7. OK. Je laisserai avant les présentateurs répondre à quelques questions.
Thanks very much for the very important and pertinent questions and observations that came from the floor, from the honorable delegates and other participants. I think one of the main questions that was raised was with regards to the mixed progress. And yes, indeed, the progress is mixed. And when I was presenting, I think I said there's need to be aware of this. And in the area of structural transformation, for instance, the presentation, the details we have are that South Sudan, Chad, Burundi, Zambia, the Central African Republic, and Rwanda exhibited a decrease in discourse on export concentration, which is to say they were able to some extent to diversify their economies more. Then the other countries, on the contrary, Niger, Burkina Faso, Mali, Zimbabwe, Uganda, Lesotho, Eswatini, Ethiopia, and Malawi experienced an increase in the concentration of their exports. There are multiple factors and explanations. When we were presenting foreign direct investment attraction, we saw countries, some countries were more attractive than others. There are also issues of economic governance that is related to the deliberateness with which some of these countries embraced reform agendas. I mean, some were deliberate in diversifying their economies because they acknowledged and were aware of the shortcomings of this excessive dependence on a narrow scope or a number of export commodities. And then others made deliberate, and within this policy choices, some made a deliberate choice to add value and to move away from just digging and exporting. So the explanations are multiple and they vary from country to country. There are also issues of conflict. We know if you look at Burkina Faso, Mali, They have peculiar challenges that they are trying to address, and the way they are addressing them contribute to their ability to diversify or otherwise have the dependence on a narrow set of commodities. There's a question on whether insular countries, countries that are surrounded by, that have, for instance, are completely surrounded by one country or so, whether they need an international and a special program, since there are three main programs that exist. I don't know, but I think the Secretariat would defer that to member states, right? There are those who are in a better position to table that in the right auspices. So we throw it back to the member states to take it up and make a case for that. What is ECA doing to ensure that LLDCs benefit from the AFCFTA, especially with regards to economic diversification? Well, we have indicated that ECA has been part and parcel and leading in many cases in the development of a number of national AFCFTA implementation strategies to the tune of 13 LLDCs already, and the three remaining LLDCs are currently developing that. And one of the key recommendations or analysis that support these strategies is the imperative to diversify the economies, and to develop and join value chains. So that is, if you look at, let's take a country like Ethiopia, that does a lot with regards to leather. There are opportunities within the framework of the AFCFTA for them to deepen the great strides that they've already made in the leather industry, to then connect and facilitate or leverage the regional value chains that are now supported by the AFCFTA framework, because the AFCFTA offers the harmonized rules that would allow for that. I think let me leave it at that, and my colleague Susanna will take it.
So thank you. So I'd like to follow what my colleague here said and respond to the question from Nigeria. What are we doing? What is ECA doing to help African countries to deal with the major debt burden? So we operate along several functions. So one is think tank, the other one is convening, and the third one is advisory and implementation role. So at the level of the think tank, we actually, ECA is co-chairing together with African Union high-level working group on a reform of global financial architecture. From our side, it's led by the Deputy Executive Secretary and involves several divisions and others in the ECA. And one of the areas is focused on the reforming the G20 common framework for debt restructuring, because that framework has been agreed to be highly ineffective. It had very low uptake, etc. But it is a starting point on which countries can build. As far as knowledge product, at the end of last year, the ECA issued a report on reforming the global financial architecture, where the views can be of the institution can be seen. So this is one area. At the same time, we also focus on building up capacity countries to conduct their debt sustainability analysis, which is also being reformed by the IMF and World Bank, and also to strengthen their capacity to deal with the credit rating agencies, because that is a major part or big contributor to the high borrowing costs. So while the stock is very high, what really distinguishes this time around, why is this time different, are the very high borrowing costs. So this is one area. And then also in response to the last question, I mean, how are we interacting with the other government and other important entities when it comes to employment. So just to give example, for example, from North Africa, which is our sub-regional office that specializes in employment policies, on the level of the think tank function, about a year ago, we issued a report on building up human capital across Africa. There was also another knowledge product on female entrepreneurship, and there were also a series of workshops in North African countries on building capacity of women to actually be able to be part of the AFCFTA, to understand the opportunities, engage in e-commerce, etc. Thank you.
Merci. Donc, on va lever la séance. Je vous remercie tous et toutes pour vos contributions. Je vous remercie également et je félicite les intervenants pour la qualité de leur présentation. Demain, on aura une journée, donc on a un point qu'on n'a pas terminé aujourd'hui. On doit commencer tôt, à 9h, s'il vous plaît. Nous, c'est un point important qui va décider le lieu, la date et la thématique de la prochaine session. Et donc, on est appelé à adopter le rapport pour le présenter à nos ministres. Donc, on doit le faire, même si on reste ici demain jusqu'à minuit. Donc, si vous voulez qu'on le fasse vite, il faut le faire, il faut venir tôt, s'il vous plaît. Merci beaucoup. Donc, je lève la séance. À demain.
Distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, we have come to the end of the second day of the conference. As the chair has said, we will start tomorrow morning with the last agenda on today's, last item on today's agenda. It is a presentation you would not want to miss because it will be discussing the theme for next year. Tea and coffee break is ready downstairs. And also, please, there are takeaway packs for participants observing Ramadan at the information desk. Once again, thank you for your engagement and your participation. Have a great evening.